Day 60 at Woodbine Racetrack. And it is the King's Plate to be run here today. Track announcer Robert Geller welcoming all our special guests, all our regular fans, all our viewing audiences to our Woodbine coverage today of the King's Plate. A fantastic race set aside as race 11 of 13 live. The weather conditions today are certainly a little bit iffy. We have got partly cloudy skies. The temperature 25 degrees Celsius, 77 Fahrenheit. There is mugginess around. The wind from the southeast at 11 kilometers or 7 miles per hour. We're looking today at good surfaces in terms of the going for the EP Taylor, as well as for what will be the inner. We are expecting a little bit of possibility of rain, but we'll get to that if it happens. But this is the scene for what will be the 165th running of the King's Plate. Plenty of changes to go through, so let's go to the program today, starting off in the first race. We do have in race 1 a weight change on number 5, Arakasta Isan at 114. Race 2 of the day is on the inner turf. Do note number 6, Quiet Sunday, is a vet scratch, and number 9, Keep Grinding, is also a vet scratch. This will be on what will be a true position for the rail at 0 feet in lane 1, and the first leg in the $250,000 guaranteed pick 5. On to race 3, and number 6, Canadian Avro, is a steward scratch. Fourth of the day is on the EP Taylor turf. And here on the turf track, officially rated as good, number 5, Bedtime, is a steward scratch. Lane 1, the rail at 0 feet. Over to race number 5, back to the Bet365 inner turf. There are no changes. Race 5. The stakes action starts in race 6 with the Bet365 Soaring Free Stakes, and number 8, Shadow Factor, is a steward scratch. It starts at $250,000 guaranteed pick 5. Over to the Bold Venture Stakes. The Grade 3 is race 7. There are no changes in race 7. On to race number 8, the Bet365 King Edward Stakes. The Grade 2 sees the scratch of number 2, Ironstone, is a steward scratch. And the Jackpot Power Pick 6 carryover is $55,128.52. Race number 9, and this is going to be clear of changes. It's also the start of a guaranteed pick 5 at $250,000 on the Bet365 inner turf. Race 10, it's the Catch a Glimpse Stakes, and number 12, Warming, is a steward scratch. Over to the King's Plate, number 10, Bedard, is a steward scratch. Do note the scratch from the King's Plate, Bedard. Race 12, the Woodbine Turf Endurance Series, the first leg here sees the scratch of 4, Confusing, as a steward scratch, and 9, Catholic Jackie at 114. This race takes place on the Bet365 inner turf. On to race number 13 of the day, which is the nightcap, and the Jackpot High 5 carryover, $12,278.29. Steward scratch, 2, Ondine Lady. Number 3, Arakasta Historia, is at 114, and number 10, Our Stella, there's a corrected weight, 1 star 113, and that is for Austin Adams. They're the changes as we have them, as we head right now to Woodbine Racing Live for our preview of King's Plate Day.
When you want to create the very best version of yourself, one that can truly rule the day, you've got to be willing to sacrifice. You have to know that the difference between greatness and just mediocrity is the desire to put in the hard work. To train while others sleep. To push while others let up. Because if you do, the version of yourself you create will go down in history. This is an event like no other, a stage fit for only the very best, and an atmosphere of kings and queens alike. But for those who compete, this is what it's all about. This is North America's longest continuously run stakes race, and one that is filled with tradition. But for today, there can only be one winner, one who stands above the rest. The stage is set for the 165th running of the King's Plate.
Motivated, I'm focused. This is the moment. Gotta one-up my opponent.
Running games absolutely punishing them.
Gotta get it the mindset, gotta put it in motion. Game time, that I'm coming in clutch, no hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
But the mighty Philly has devastated them.
Motivated, I'm focused.
Prince becomes the king. Paramount Prince wins the 164 Kings played.
This is the moment.
And the day that we wait for is finally here. It is the running of the King's Plate. The 165th edition will go postward today, Jeff. And the proof that Mother Nature loves horse racing is here, because look at this weather that we have.
The sun has made an appearance, which we did not think that we would see pretty much all day today, but we have. Now, we did have a lot of rain last night, and around 10 o'clock it poured for about 20 minutes. There is rain in the forecast, but so far so good. It seems to be all the way around us right now, but maybe Mother Nature is going to be keeping a keen eye on us. But I'm so excited because this is going to be Queen's Plate number 26 for me, and I'm really excited because I know how excited you are, and that gets me even more excited. So,
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to a fantastic day, and to all our participants, all the best of luck and a safe trip.
Yep, 13 races in total, and we are going to cover them all for you this afternoon. But we're going to focus mainly on the stakes events for the pregame show. And of course, on a busy day like this, we got to bring in some help.
Oh, and do we have some help?
Oh, we do. And we brought him all the way in from sunny California. Peter Lorre standing by to join us here this afternoon. Peter, it is so wonderful to have you here helping us today and enjoying this moment with all of us Canadians.
I got to tell you, Lisa, Jeff, I am so happy to be here. Ever since going back to the day of the Triple Crown champion, Wando, I said, I got to get up there, man. I got to check this out. This, to me, is the antithesis of Canadian racing. It is a very, very strong card. I think some championship caliber. And by the way, Elisa, I did mention to you, when I knew there was a possibility of a lot of rain all day, I bought my raincoat, which usually means, hopefully, person above, no rain.
Well, so far it's been working, and that area where Peter's hanging out is brand new. Today is the very first day that people are able to use that area of the apron.
Yeah, how come he gets that gig there? Because I imagine there's some beverages that will be served around that area as well. So yeah, that'll be happening as we do get closer towards post time as well. Earlier post time than usual here today of 12:25, as we do have 13 races in total. And here's a look at all the big wagering opportunities on today's card.
Well, we talked about these in depth on Thursday with Robert Geller as well. We're helping, with some of these big bets. The guaranteed early pick 5 pool, $250,000. The guaranteed middle pick 5 at $250,000, and the late pick 5 at $250,000 as well. And then, of course, the power pick 6 has a mandatory payout today. The jackpot high 5 has a mandatory payout as well. Hey, we'll play the pick 4 just for fun too, because we can't just give up on the biggest day of the year. Maybe we'll get lucky.
Yeah, no, I love playing on days like today because the pools are so big. That's what makes it so much fun. And if you get a couple of prices along the way, you can potentially have a nice little score. And don't forget, here at Woodbine, you can play it for a 20-cent base bet as well. That's something that's not available at all tracks. We do have that available to everybody playing along with us here today in Toronto.
And I would say to make your wagers early on a day like today, because it is obviously going to be quite busy. Okay, shall we get started?
Let's do it.
All right, let's do it. We're going to start in race number 6 on the afternoon's card, and this is the first of several stakes events today. And we'll kick it off with the youngsters, 2-year-old colts to compete in this event. It is the Soaring Free, brought to you by Bet365. It's also where we kick off the guaranteed pick 5. Again, $250,000 up for grabs. And in this 6th race, Jeff, we do have a scratch. We're taking the 8 horse out. That was a horse, unfortunately, who will not go a steward scratch from this race. But we were so impressed by the effort from Mensa in the Victoria.
Yep.
And then we saw test score. We saw the replay from this one at Saratoga, who's coming here to try to break his maiden in a stakes event. I think that if you play hunch bets, test score and Mensa go hand in hand.
Right, and Governor Sam beat test score last time. It was in Colston's come back to win a stake and was 3-5 in that most recent race. The thing that I find a little bit intriguing about test score was the fact that this horse was a big price on the board, odds of 15-1 in that most recent event. So I don't know if there was really that high expectations for the horse to run that well on that day. I'm going to go towards number 6, this being Cairo Caper. Yes, did have a perfect trip last time up, but was in a perfect spot as Jose Campos was really able to capitalize on a really nice trip on that particular occasion. And just seems like Nathan Squires, he has these horses primed this time of the season in these 2-year-old races as well. Now, we'd have Dream On too. I know Mark Cassie's pretty high on, coming off a victory down at Ellis Park. But then we have Homie. First of all, I love the name.
Yes.
But secondly, when we're going to take a look at this replay, we're going to look at a couple of different things. First of all, we're going to look at how fast the horse is, because we clearly saw it on display at Indiana Downs. The horse is going to be on the front end in here. And here's a look at Homie, who is right here and trying to go coast to coast on the front end. And Homie will eventually win the race by about 4 1/4 lengths. So very fast. We imagine that we're going to see some very good speed from this one here today. But the one thing that is extremely noticeable is this one's wearing the Wesley Ward colors. So what happens? This horse was a private purchase after this race, and now has been moved over to the barn of Larry Ovelli. And Larry's barn does have a big string down in Chicago as well. And David Cohen's going to ride. And David Cohen obviously is a gentleman that's hoping to have a really big day at the office as well. So let's see if David Cohen and Homie can pull off a bit of an upset there in race number 6. I like your selection test score. I'll go towards Cairo Caper. But the one thing that we don't know, Lisa, with the babies is how they're going to handle a little bit of cut to the ground.
That's true, because we did get rain overnight here. We got a lot of rain this morning, but not enough to make the turf course soft.
Right.
It is listed as good. And you know who's standing right by the turf course, who can maybe tell us as well as Peter Lorre. So we'll bring Peter back in, because Peter, we want to talk to you about race number 6. You know, we have local horses, we have shippers in this race. Where did you go here?
Well, first of all, I just want to mention that the people behind us, I feel like I'm on a morning talk show. These are the hardest working folks out here. They're going to be servicing everybody and making sure that Plate is a fabulous day. Thank you. You can all go back to work. Go to work. All right. As far as Mensa is concerned, I agree with you guys. I'm not going to be going too far away from what you were discussing already. Mensa, yes, so impressive last time out in the Victoria. The problem for me, though, even though I have this horse on top, as you just mentioned, Elisa, there's a cut in the ground. This horse has never done the grass, has done the synthetic. In theory, that should be enough. But again, we just don't know with the babes. Jeff, I agree with you with Cairo Caper. I have this horse second. At least we know this horse is proven already on the grass. Now, these are 2-year-olds. They haven't run that much, so anything can happen. They can improve incredibly quick. Test score for Ammerman Racing and Graham Motion makes a lot of sense. A good second over at Saratoga. Elisa, Jeff, as you both know, that's very tough company over there, especially with the babies. So I think these make a lot of sense. If you want to throw one in for the 4th spot, Dream On for me, for trainer Mark Cassie. My prediction, big surprise, he is going to have a huge day here at Woodbine.
Yeah, it always feels like on the big days, Cassie is in the winner's circle at least 2 or 3 times on the program. And the other thing, too, that we didn't mention as well is the return of Kazushi Kimura for today's program as well.
Yeah, no, that's big. And obviously, Peter knows him very well because Peter works at Santa Anita, and KK was down there over the wintertime, and now he's at Del Mar and back here, too. So he's got some live-looking entrants on the program. With the babies on the grass, especially when there's cut to the ground, I'm a little bit nervous of potential upsets, and we'll see if we do get some on today's program or not.
I agree. Okay, let's go to race number 7. This is the Grade 3 Bold Venture, and we'll go 6.5 furlongs on the all-weather surface. Now, there's a lot to talk about in this race. First of all, we're going to get a handle on how this track is playing very early. We know that when we get a lot of rain here in Toronto, this track can be lightning fast. Speed generally carries, and we have a very fast horse in this race, and that is one by the name of Patches O'Houlihan. Now, last start out was his first start of the season in the Pink Lloyd, and Bob kind of had us all thinking that the horse was 1 work shy, you know, wasn't quite ready, had that foot bruise that he was a little bit concerned about. But when he came over here to the saddling area, he looked like $1 million. And he was a racehorse that was all bowed up with his neck curled up. He won for fun, Jeff. Does he come back and win for fun today?
Boy, he's got a big shot. I mean, if he was short going to that last race, he might be even better here today, or maybe he regress off that peak race off the layoff. That's a possibility as well. But first, Empire might put a little bit of speed pressure on that one on the outside. There are two other intriguing horses in this race. You have I'm a Gambler, who could get a really nice setup in this race if they really fly up front. And they've got Play Me a Tune. And I'm going to take a shot with Play Me a Tune. It's going to be my top selection here because I don't know how good this guy is. Now, I realize this is a huge asset test for him. He has never faced a horse like Apache Houlihan, but he was meant to be a good horse. He was meant to be their Queen's Plate horse from last season, King's Plate horse from last season, and I got to put $1 in the jar. and so he didn't make the races, but he made the races this season. He's done nothing wrong to this point. What a nice little battle, but you got to dethrone the kingpin, who right now is Patches Houlihan. I guess he's not really the kingpin, he's the king dodgeballer, we should say.
Oh, yes, and no Peter knows the rules of dodgeball.
He's
the 5 rules.
He's the captain of our team.
He is?
Yes.
Okay, Peter, you want to list the rules? It's duck, dive, dodge, dip, and what?
Duck. I love it. All I can say is, you Jeff, the last time I was here, Patches O'Houlihan ran. I was a huge fan. Rip Torn is watching us, Patches O'Houlihan himself. Who was the original Patches O'Houlihan in the movie? Hank Azaria. There you go. This horse, 7 for 8 on the synthetic. What is there not to like about this horse? They've got the controlling speed. Sofia Vives, I love watching her more and more. Very talented rider. I just think that this horse is just that much better than the rest of the field. Now, can they get beat? Absolutely they can get beat. But I think this horse makes a lot of sense. If you're looking for a horse to beat Patches O'Houlihan, and I'll say, how dare you, the 6 horse Play Me a Tune makes a lot of sense. I know it's a lightly raced 4-year-old son of McLean's Music. This horse has been on the synthetic. Kaz Kimura coming up to ride this one. I think this is the reason, one of the reasons that he is up there for the day, besides his patriotism towards the great country of Canada. The 7-horse First Empire's got speed for trainer Mark Cassey. Kind of spit the bit out last time out in that Group 2 event, but I think that was more the distance. I think it was a little too far for this one. Patrick Husbands, what can you not say? The kid is riding on fire. So I'm going to go 3, 6, 7, 4 here. All I can tell you is it is gorgeous. I'm looking up at the stands right now. Every time I look at this, I say, I'm such a delicate flower. And for a guy 6 feet, 220, that's saying something.
He's too much. He's
this
too
guy.
much. But you know what, too? He brings up a good point with the outside horse, because don't forget, that one was the first time gelding going to that last race for his Empire, and might have desperately needed that race. And for Cassidy to be that confident to put that horse in the stake right off the layoff, that says something.
It does. And like Patrick Husbands always says, he's going to let the horse do the talking.
That's it.
Okay, that's the 7th. Let's go to the 8th race. The King Eddie, a grade 2, going a mile on the E.P. Taylor turf course. Again, we're in lane 1 on all of our grass racing events today. And the turf course is listed as good for both courses on the afternoon. This is also where we play the mandatory jackpot Power Pick 6. So the 8th race is a critical one to handicap. Now, we talked about Mark Cassey saying that on the big days, he often finds the winner's circle on numerous occasions. He's got a horse in this one, the 8. This is one that Kazushi Kimura will ride coming in off of a win in the Highlander. I think if you wanted to make your ticket a little skinny here, you could possibly key the 8.
Yeah, you could, because when Filo de Arena is good, and appears to be good right now, he can beat this field pretty easily. The big thing with him is he's had some downward spirals in his career, but he's gone back up off the mats, and now they're adding Lasix to the makeup of the horse's repertoire as well. Had Lasix last time out, and it's going to have Lasix yet again in this race as well. If Filo de Arena does go down to defeat, I think it might be at the hands of a real cool horseman named of Cruden Bay. And I was doing some radio this week with, I think it was with Steve Bick we talked about this, and you know, what an ATM machine this horse has been.
No kidding.
You know, just has printed money after money and got an unbelievable ride last time out. It's courtesy of Sofia Vives. So watch this horse right now. And Cruden Bay, I don't know how she got off the inside in here, because she had to wait a long, long time. And once she did get off the inside, she was able to pull off the victory. So don't forget, on this day, was sent off at odds of approximately 4-1. War Bomber, it looks like War Bomber's going to win the race. I mean, look at the trip that War Bomber's getting right here. And War Bomber's just aching to get out. And War Bomber will get first run over Cruden Bay, as a matter of fact. So the seam is going to develop right now for War Bomber. But where does Sofia go? Like, she's stuck right now. Can she get out? Because that path isn't really there. she had to wait for that one horse to stop, Flag of Honor. She had to wait for that horse, and she probably knew that was the main horse to beat. And now just watch how this horse kicks on nicely down the lane, just able to slowly but surely get up there with each and every stride. Has never been better than he is right now. And this is a pivotal race for Cruden Bay because, let's face it, Mike Lace had a lot of nice horses throughout the years, but for a guy like him to potentially have a mile starter, you've got to race well in this race here today.
Absolutely. And the other thing, too, is that so many times we've talked about Sophia as a speed rider, and this is the horse that's really started to prove it to a lot of other trainers, a lot of us who are handicappers, that she's great with these off the pace horses as well.
Yeah, no, she's improved so much as a rider, and I just think they've got a great synergy, those two, Cruden Bay and the horse as well. Agree. So I want to ask Peter a question, though,
because go ahead.
Peter, when you look at Filo de Ariana and the fact the horse has been a mile races back to sprints, do you think they're trying to build the horse back up to the mile because we have the Woodbine mile right around the corner?
Okay, were you looking at my notes? Because that's exactly, I'm not kidding, Jeff, that's exactly what I was thinking. You go back to a race for Filo Ariana the last time, or I should say two back, when this horse was in a mile race, and they ran a huge race. I think that it makes sense. That last time out, they absolutely blew their doors off against Group 2 Company in that 6 furlongs event. I think the mile is really what this horse wants to do. So, Jeff, I think you and I are spot together on this one. There's a couple of horses you can't just completely throw out. War Bomber makes a lot of sense. Wouldn't it be nice for the Chicken Dance family to get this thing done for Norman McKnight, the defending champ, by the way? That was back in August 19th of last year. Very similar to what we're dealing with today. This is a horse that I think will be a little closer than they were that day. I do realize that this horse, as you were pointing out, got the early lead mid-stretch and got caught. I just have a feeling that was 7 furlongs. I think they're going to run the race a little bit differently going a mile. I think that this horse makes a lot of sense. And again, Rafael Hernandez, Jeff, I'm going to put it to you. How can I not look at my man who made a lot of money for us a couple of years back?
Yeah, there's a funny story with Rafael Hernandez. He rode Last Call, and Peter liked Last Call on that day, and the horse won, I think it was Natoma, at 21-1, and Peter says, I got enough time to go to the gift shop. He didn't make it to the windows to bet the horse.
No.
And he says I got the most expensive Woodbine t-shirt of all time.
You know what I like to see too, every time we show Peter on camera, he's squinting.
Yeah.
You know what that means?
The sun's out.
The sun is coming out. And I'm just looking just above Jeff right now, and there's blue sky over top. You know, yesterday, we thought we were all going to be in for our wellies and our umbrellas all day today, but so far, so good. Okay, 9th race we'll skip because that's just a regular race, not a stakes event on the card. The 10th race is the Catch a Glimpse, and this one going 6.5 furlongs on the E.P. Taylor Turf Course. An extremely important race for 2-year-old fillies, as a lot of them are going to tackle a softer turf course or a good turf course with some giving to it here today. But one of the horses that Jeff sold to me was a horse by the name of Bullet. And you were so excited about this horse when she had her very first race here because you had seen the race at Gulfstream. You showed us the replay back pregame, and you said, I don't even know if I've seen you this excited about a horse all year. You were like, I can't wait to see this one run. Yeah. And boy, oh boy, did we ever see a show from this horse in the My Dear, winning by an easy 4 lengths. What I also liked too was after the race was over, you talked to Patrick, and he said this might be one of the best 2-year-olds he's ever ridden.
Yeah, it's a big stepping stone race for this horse too. I am a little bit cautious now because of the give to the turf. Of course, we don't know about that, but I do think potentially this is a pretty special horse. You know, the horse is bred so nicely. I think the longer the better as well, going 6.5 furlongs. They've had this game plan all the way planned out. You know, they could have gone to Royal Ascot. They elected not to because they won the right to go with that victory at Gulfstream. And Mark said, nope, we're going to the Woodbine. We're going to go My Dear, Catch a Glimpse, Natalma, Breeders' Cup. That is the plan. So we'll see if it works to perfection or not. And I thought that opening was so good today that Natalie Spooner did because it's on big days where you separate the good and the best.
And the best, you're right.
You know? And so I just hope that potentially we get a real breakthrough performance with this one. Now, what scares me a little bit is the fact that Cass has got a very good backup plan, this horse by the name of Will Rain in here. And this very fine Kazushi Kimura.
Yeah, and that's a horse that's coming in from Saratoga as well, a maiden, trying to break their maiden in a stakes event this afternoon. You know who I like too? She didn't exactly get the biggest buyer, is Salt. Yep. I really liked the way she ran back last start when she broke her maiden, but unfortunately she's going to face some monsters here today. Peter, did you have a chance to look at the replays from Bullet? Because this could be a really special filly.
You know what, Lisa, I agree with you. This horse makes so much sense. But for the sake, I've always found in these 2-year-old stakes, especially with the fillies, at this time, they're so lightly raced, they can improve, or as you guys were alluding to, sometimes, you know, they can take a misstep or one back before they get back into their full. But you're right, this is probably truly a very special little lady. I'm going to try to beat her. I've got her second, but I'm going to try to beat her with the 2-horse Will Rain, as you were just pointing out. Yes, she is a maiden. Yes, she only has one race under her belt, but it was over at Saratoga. I thought it was a great effort. She was well meant by the public in the debut. And both of you, you guys know, Saratoga is like Del Mar. Everybody's coming to win, so they're bringing their main bullets. So the fact that in the debut there, which is not an easy place to win at, to get a good second like that, they come over here. What I love is they got a chance to put in a nice little workout ahead of time. It's a strong work in preparation. Kaz Kimura, my prediction, he's going to have a very good day today. I think Will Rain makes a lot of sense. Obviously, as you two were alluding to, the 7-horse Bullet might be very special. This might be a single for a lot of people in the multi-race exotics, and you guys have already covered it. Ready for Candy, a maiden, I think could be a potential long shot of the whole day. Emma Jane Wilson, you know my thoughts on her. I love me some Emma Jane in the winner's circle for Michael DePaulo. This horse got blocked. I think was going to win. Got blocked, had to come around, gets beat by what, a hair? Makes a tremendous amount of sense.
Yeah, you know, DePaulo's got a couple in this race, and one of them, I'd like people to come and see this one little filly in person, because it's not all about how big you are. Yep. It's how big your heart is. And he's got a tiny little filly. She's a pony size. Her name is Misty Point. She won at first asking, now against maidens for $40,000. Yep. But Jeff, we couldn't even see her when she walked past us here in the paddock. Little but mighty.
It would be an unbelievable story if she were able to pull off a victory like this. She's already paid for herself and then some. They paid a grand total of $1,000 for the horse, and yeah, this is what the game's all about. Sometimes those Cinderella stories just keep on going.
Well, she's light too. She might just hop along over this turf course. You never know. Absolutely. So that gets us through to race number 10. We are going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll look at the big dance, this year's King's Plate.
Love horse racing? HPIBet.com is Canada's leader in online horse betting. Access thousands of live races from hundreds of tracks worldwide instantly. Enjoy the most advanced betting tools like AI Smart Picks and exclusive cashback rewards you won't get anywhere else. Join today and get up to $100 in free bets. Get the ultimate horse betting experience with HPIBet.com.
TJ's Lucky Moon. Jono Jones is calling on Classic Mike as they hit the top of the stretch. Forever Grand on the outside. To the inside, TJ's Lucky Moon. Those two in a stirring stretch duel. And Anglian Prince is coming now. Anglian Prince with one last gasp. One, but TJ's Lucky Moon has the lead. It is TJ's Lucky Moon. Anglian Prince. TJ's Lucky Moon at outrageous odds. He wins the Queen's Plate at 80-1.
That was absolutely a wild year. Do you remember that? This place erupted. So great to hear Danny's voice as well. And Danny's going to be here this afternoon. And of course, the rider on that day was who?
Steve Dan.
And guess where he is?
He's
on a horse today.
Yeah, he's on horseback helping out as one of our outriders here at Woodbine too. And I remember what a hot day that was too, and yeah, massive price on the board. So let's do some stats, shall we, a little bit. How's post position number 5 been, you ask? It's been pretty good. That's good news for Midnight Mascot.
It is. Post position number 6 has the longest drought, so we haven't seen a winner from that post position since 1988. Wow, that's a while ago.
You know what would be cool though? It's Sue Leslie's birthday today.
It is. I saw that too, Jeff. And I just thought, wouldn't it be fitting if for your birthday you won the King's Plate? I mean,
Best
how unbelievable
birthday
is that?
present ever.
Yeah, longest shot on the board came from post position number 9. And that's where Thor's Cause is going to be, and no doubt about it, that horse will be a long shot.
He will be, and maidens can win this race. We've seen. I remember Skylar the Gold was a maiden back in the day when he won.
Yep.
So maidens can win this race. So let's take a look at the field, shall we?
I guess we better, because there's a lot to take a look at. Now, there is that scratch from this race. The 10-horse Bedard is a steward scratch, so it gets us down to a field of 12 for this year's King's Plate. And we'll start by taking a look at the first several horses that will line up. Jokester, Raffaroo, Essex Serpent, that a lot of people are talking about as well, and the filly, Caitlin Her Greatness.
You know, I don't think there's been a lot of chatter about post positions this year because I think the favorites all drew well. You know, normally when it's like a mile and a quarter race and a big race like this, you're going to get, oh, I don't know about the rail, I don't know about way on the outside in here. But, you know, Jokester, he's going to be a price play in here. And you know, he ran very well against older horses, 2 starts, going the Plate Trial Stakes, finished 5th and against My Boy Prince. He's got to step up his game, but I'd love to see the All-Wellings win a big race like this.
Yeah, they support Woodbine, don't they?
Yeah.
And they have had some lovely horses here over the years. Let's flip over and take a look at the 2 Raffaroo. There's a lot of chatter about Raffaroo. This is a maiden racing here today. Got onto the Lasix program for the Plate Trial, ran a very game second.
Yes, big effort. In fact, let's take a look at the replay because Raffaroo's most recent race, as you said, came in the Plate Trial, and a lot of focus obviously was on My Boy Prince. Heavily favored, blows the brakes. You want to see how the horse recovers. I don't know how many people were really watching how well Raffaroo ran on this day, but here we are right now, and here's a look at Raffaroo, who's got a lot of work to do. Here's the eventual winner, and this is My Boy Prince, who was forced to show a bit of a new dimension on this day because of the fact that the horse broke poorly and had to come from off the pace. So look at the move here. I mean, just gliding up right now this portion of the race is Raffaroo. And I wonder if at this point of the race, Ryan Munger starts to get just a tad bit excited, thinking I could potentially pull off a big upset in this race. But I wonder right now if maybe inexperience gets this horse, because it's starting to fatigue a little bit. You can tell it's starting to get a little bit tired. And this horse just maybe a little more seasoned, a little more polished. But the tables might get reversed here today. I know that Robert likes this horse. You're going to get this one at a big number. And we'll see if Raffaroo can turn the tables on My Boy Prince.
Well, and the 3rd place finisher in that race, too, is Friendly Ghost. So that's significant because that's Sue Leslie's horse that's going to compete this afternoon. Let's talk about one of the big horses in this race today, and that's the 3 Essex Serpent. A lot of people talking about this one. And I just have a little funny aside joke. I know Peter likes these kind of things. So I got bit by a spider.
Okay.
Like, I don't know, Wednesday, Thursday. I'm assuming it was a spider. And I showed it to Robert, and he said, "You were bit by Essex Serpent."
Oh, yes.
Now, I love Essex Serpent. I'm going to use this horse on top here today. Patrick Husbands, Mark Cassidy. We've seen this story before.
I wonder if this horse might go off as the favorite. You know, he's taken a lot of press. He's being picked by a lot of people. He won last time out. The 2nd place finisher came back to win a big stake race at Ellis Park as well.
Okay, how about the filly, Caitlin Her Greatness? Now, I like her here today. Her storyline is interesting, Jeff, because a lot of the issues they've had with her have been timing issues, right? You know, they couldn't get a race to go for her. She had to race against older fillies and mares. She destroyed them. That was great. But it didn't give her a lot of time to come back to the Oaks. You and I had said on Oaks Day as well. We agreed. Had she had another week, she might have won the Oaks. Yep,
she might have. And you can make a case that she had a more difficult journey than what the winner had. There she is right there. The winner is Kins Concerto, who came out of this race and did not run all that great in the Bison City. But I remember, we looked at each other right after and we said, did the 2 weeks get the horse? And it might have, you know, because they're kind of moving into contention here at this portion of the race. And I think Rafi's saying to himself, man, we got a real shot in here despite the quick comeback in this race. But the horse just has a better trip, wins it. And, you know, a little bit more time in between races. But I like the fact now with this horse right here, that being Caitlin Her Greatness, you know, you've got a couple work since that last race. Got more time to kind of build the horse up because I think went into the Oaks was kind of a bit of a last-minute plan because she ran so well in that comeback race, right? So I think she's now been more pointed towards this race.
Exactly. And the other thing, too, is if you look back historically at trainers who have won this race before, with fillies,
Yep.
guess who shows up on the list?
Yep, Kevin Attard.
And guess who was riding the horse? Rafael Hernandez.
Yep.
And that filly has become a wonderful mare, and that's Moira, of course.
Do you know how sometimes we talk about the other Mark Casse? What about
Yes.
the other Mark Casse
That's
in this
right,
race?
yep.
So that being Midnight Mascot. If the pace is fast up front, maybe the Mascot gets the last laugh.
Well,
on
that's
everybody.
possible, and this is where you're going to find Kazushi Kimura. So, if you're not really familiar with the storyline, Kazushi had been, riding extremely well here. He decided to give it a shot down at Del Mar. Things have been going well for him there. He is back. He told us all he would be back for King's Plate Day,
Yeah.
and this is his mount. So, yes, Midnight Mascot for Mark Casse. Mark Casse certainly loaded in this race as we take a look back.
Yeah, and what's so nice about the Conrads is they've got two very good possibilities to win this race. Here's the eventual winner that wires the field, that being Essex Serpent. But watch Midnight Mascot, again, a somewhat forgotten horse, because we were all so enthralled with how well Essex Serpent ran on this day. But it just took this horse a little while to kind of get going on this occasion, was really far out of it. Like at one point was about a dozen lengths out of it, but now it's really starting to rally here effectively on the outside. And we're going to pick up horses one by one here, and we're going to pass everybody with the exception of Cameo Performance, who comes out of that race to win the stake at Ellis, and the eventual winner in here. But I just think he'll stay the trip. I think this horse will stay the trip. I think Essex Serpent will too, but if the pace is fast up front, Midnight Mascot might indeed give Kazushi Kimura a King's Plate tally.
Well, that would be pretty exciting. And yes, so many times we talk about the other Casse horse, but yeah, the winner of this replay is Essex Serpent. Okay, more to talk about. We got to talk about Friendly Ghost, the birthday girl's horse, Sue Leslie, as she sends out this one. Now, this is a horse that you were really high on. You talked about this one first start of the season. You said, you know what, I really like this guy, and you picked him back on at the beginning of June when he was a winner against Maiden Special Weight Company, and he came back and ran extremely well in the plate trial.
I think he found himself in a spot he didn't want to be to last time at Elisa, because My Boy Prince broke poorly on that day. So Friendly Ghost found himself on the front end. I think if the horse does not run well here today, I think what potentially might get him is just a lack of season.
All righty, more to talk about. We got to talk about the big guy, My Boy Prince. This is another storyline here for Mark Casse. Gets Haheen Savachi aboard. He knows this horse extremely well. There were lots of question marks as to if he will get the distance here today.
Right, and the thing with him is I think he has peaked in his career, whereas others are trying to catch up to him, and his top might still be good enough to beat this bunch.
Pierre is in here as well for Kevin Attard. This horse obviously getting that rider change as Cohen is going to be aboard here today. The 9th horse, Cause, is going to be a long shot in this race, but what an opportunity for a young rider like Jeffrey Alderson.
Yes, and Krista Cole too.
Absolutely.
It'd be great to see her have some success with this horse too. I think one of the main reasons why they're in this race is they're thinking the horse will get the distance. We scratched the 10. The number 11 is Roar of the Crowd. Roar of the Crowd is more of a sprinty type to this portion of his career. Well, I imagine he'll be on the front end here in this spot.
That's true, and then you have No More Options. That's a lovely family story. Of course, Mary Self, who owns this guy, her father is the trainer, Zelko Kretschmar. She told us so early this season, regardless, no matter what, they were going into the plate. So I know they've been extremely excited all week long. And then to round out the field is the 13 Vitality. This is another Stronach horse, one that was gelded last start out
And
too.
Lasix. Yep.
And added Lasix. So both those Stronach horses added Lasix. They improved, but in the Vitality's case, he was gelded as well, so that helped him too.
That's it. That's a look at your field for this year's King's Plate.
Crazy, but you know what? We need to ask Peter what he thinks as well.
I don't even
It's
know who
always
Peter's
good.
picking.
Well, see, that's the thing. It's
Yeah.
always good to bring a third person into the mix. Jeff and I have been talking about this since the beginning of the season. How do you see the plate shaping up?
Well, I'm just going to say I got nothing. Exactly everything that you guys covered. The big question for me is who will actually be on the lead. There's about 3 or 4 horses that potentially could want that lead. I have a feeling they're going to take it to My Boy Prince. They don't want this horse to just get an uncontested lead. I can tell you, though, Elisa, Jeff, I was at Breeders' Cup for that juvenile turf. I remember thinking after the race, even though they were third, this horse is special, and I will not be surprised if good things happen. And look what has happened. 3 races in a row. I do agree with Jeff that, there is that possibility that maybe they've peaked, but I think with who they're facing today, it could be the right place at the right time. For me, I think the couple other horses to look at, the same horses you guys have been discussing, so I'm not telling anybody anything new. Essex Serpent, obviously, coming off that Group 3 in the Marina, makes a lot of sense. But it's Caitlin, Her Greatness, that I think is such an intriguing horse to look at if, for whatever reason, the favorite does not get the job done today. As you both know, and everybody knows here in Canada, 10 fillies have won since the modern era of 1956. I believe it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 38 that have done it since the inception 165 years ago. So there is an opportunity here for this horse. They looked, I thought, very good in the Oaks. They have the right. One of the hustling riders, of my opinion, for the last forever is Rafael Hernandez, and I think he will be going all out with this one. She's going to need some help. She's going to need these horses to take it to My Boy Prince, but if they do, in fact, don't be surprised if this one is flying on the outside.
Well, the guy who's going to have the best view in town is way upstairs, and that's our man, Robert Geller. Robert, who do you like?
Well, I do like Raffaroo. I thought Raffaroo, I went to visit Raffaroo in the barn as a very relaxed horse, and if there's a horse that's really going to be on the rise, I do feel it is this runner who was second to the favorite, My Boy Prince. And to me, maybe if had it been able to switch leads, could have won that plate trial, but still a great performance, given this is only 2 seconds and 2 lifetime starts, a third and a second. But to me, this is a race about who's on the rise, who's developing, and it's a 1.25 miles, and I just feel this horse is primed for a big run today. Maiden or not, I'm picking Raffaroo. I do like the chances of Essex Serpent. This horse has been razor sharp every single start. There's no doubt that was a gutsy win, and I think will sit a handy trip for Patrick Husbands. I also give a very good chance to Pierre, not really getting much of attention in the mix, but Kevin Attard's been very, very clever with the way he's prepared this runner. He's put Pierre against older horses, and I think that's a terrific way of getting a horse ready to win a big race like this. And I thought was a very honest recent third and a great second here prior to that, off of a very hot pace, but also a good maiden win. There's a lot of angles, and Friendly Ghost you've mentioned. They're my 4, actually. I'm leaving the favorite out. I actually feel that that's where the outside of the box value is, so I go for 2, 3, 8, and 6 as my top 4, and my top selection, Raffaroo.
You know, every day on the show, Robert posts these pictures, and don't you think that's the best one so far, the picture of him with Raffaroo?
I think so. Raffaroo might look like a bit of a king, I think.
Now, if he wins, you know Robert's going to blow that up about this big, and it's
should.
going to go in the studio. Yeah, I think that's going to be great. Okay, well, that's it. We talked about all the horses for this year's plate. We're excited about it. 13 minutes, wow, to go before race number 1.
On the way to the post parade for the first race on our King's Plate program, number 5, Aracasta Isan is at 1:14 as they head out 8 minutes to a start. This race 7 furlongs on the main track is a maiden optional claimer as they are 3 and up on the way to the post parade race 1. In the post parade, number 1 is the Frontiersman, who's trained by Nathan Squires for Andrew Ritter, and the rider is Deshaun Bino. To number 2, Madassa, who's owned by Alan Bill Alwelling. Kevin Attard is the trainer, the rider Jose Campos. 3 is Dembar, Gail Hughes, trainer for Francis Simpson, the rider Kevin Nichols. To number 4, Monday Morning, raced and trained by Michael McDonald. The rider is Fraser Abley. KH Racing with 5, Aracasta Isan. Ronaldo Holder is the trainer, and on board is Deshaun Gaskin. Number 6, Mucho Magnifico. For Tucci Holdings, Sid Attard and Esjuan Flores. Legs Like Gizmo, number 7, Ivan Delos is the owner, Jersey Carroll the trainer, and the rider Luis Contreras. And number 8, North Warden for Canuck Racing Club, Kevin Attard and Pietro Moran, heading to the start in just 6 minutes of the first race on King's Plate Day.
Just 5 minutes to go before race number 1 on the program here today. 13 in store for you on this afternoon's card from Woodbine Racetrack in Toronto, Ontario, Canada. Looking forward to a very busy day. And in the opener on the program, Jeff, we have maidens for $25,000. Now, this is an interesting condition on this race as well. I think that's very important for people to really pay attention to what is eligible to compete in this race.
Right. So, for example, you look at number 7, Legs Like Gizmo, because he has struggled so much for that main optional 40 in so many consecutive races. He can go into this race and not have to go in for the tag. Meanwhile, if you're North Warden, you have to run for the tag in here. So that's exactly what they're going to do. I'm going to pick the 7 over the 8, just thinking that with the drop that maybe this horse might go a long way up front. If you look back at his most recent race, he was extremely ranked down the backside and would not settle for Sofia Vives. If I'm Contreras today, I just put the horse onto the point and play catch if you can. I certainly do respect your horse, that being North Warden. The last start was fantastic. It was against older horses. And we kind of think that Pet Sounds fits in very nicely, you know, in the type of category that the horse is not only racing against later on, but raced against last time out as well.
Yeah, I like Pet Sounds. I've been playing Pet Sounds all year, and I've been, you know, kind of excited to watch him race. But yeah, he was the winner last start, and he really fit to win that race for a quarter. So that's a good reference. That's why I went to North Warden in the top spot here today. Plus, he's come back and he's worked really well. He's worked in 48-2 and then 48-4 respectively. Kevin Attard wants to kick off the day in the winner's circle. This is where we find the young Pietro Moran. The cool part about today's program as well, Jeff, is that we get a chance to introduce people to the sport that we love and talk about some of these athletes, not only the equine athletes, but the human athletes as well. Pietro Moran is a really cool story. I mean, this is a son of a jockey. He's a young man. He's still going to school.
Yeah.
He's competing here as a bug rider, and not only is he competing, he's winning.
Yeah, exactly. We have a lot of bugs. We got another new bug coming up tomorrow, Micah Husbands, who is back after missing a considerable amount of time. And we just lost one of our bugs in terms of his status. Bino is now a journey person. So you got to keep an eye on that because the bug is very popular.
That and Austin Adams goes from a 10-pounder to a 5-pounder on today's card because he got that win on yesterday's program. So as you know, traditionally, when it rains here, speed can do extremely well. We are getting just a little bit of a light rain, but as far as we can tell, this is just a quick little blip. It's going to pass over us, and then we should possibly be good to go for the remainder of the day. So we've got 3 on the clock before race number 1 on the program. Good luck with your selections here as we kick off our Kings Plate card.
Under 2 minutes. Moving forward for a start on our first race on Kings Plate Day, the Frontiersman has gone forward. A check of the betting as Dembar moves alongside Madassa. Very short price here, North Warden, who's even money, will come up to the gate, the last to load. Monday morning into gate number 4. This race from the chute 7 furlongs opens the 13 race program, the Kings Plate, around 6:10 p.m. And that'll be race 11 today. Joining the line is Aracasta Isan, along to gate number 5. Mucho Magnifico. For Eswan Flores, legs like Gizmo about to settle, so they're almost right. Also getting good support in this race is Modassa. Stand by for a start, race 1. Going forward is North Warden to the outside gate. And this field is now all in. They're locked up. Off they race, opening race on Kings Plate Day. Bit slow Madassa, and the Frontiersman's back to second last, and settling into stride well is legs like Gizmo toward the outside in front. Monday morning the grey is prominent, and on the outside is North Warden up running second. Making ground is Dembar over on the inside, and Aracasta Izan is mid-pack. Madassa's made ground from Mucho Magnifico, and last is the Frontiersman. About 5.5 covers them, and showing the way, legs like Gizmo at the 5/8. Got across to the inside, leads out by almost 2 lengths to North Warden, and pushing up is Dembar. A length and a half away Monday morning in 4th. Madassa started to pick up the bit nicely on the inside behind them. A length out of Casta Izan. The Frontiersman is over on the inside towards the early stages at the back of affairs with Mucho Magnifico. Little change in running order. Legs like Gizmo trying to spurt clear here. 3/8 to run by a couple of lengths to North Warden and Dembar as they quicken. They've raced away by 2 to Monday Morning. Started to wind up. Under pressure now for the first time is Madasa, and to the outside the Frontiers Man and Mucho Magnifico. Aracasta is out of the back. North Warden's coming. Turning in front. Legs like Gizmo. Challenged by North Warden on the outside. And ranging up is the favourite to go to the front. And North Warden's cleared away from Legs like Gizmo. Monday Morning finishing on. Monday Morning trying to make up the ground. North Warden in front, a length and a half to Monday Morning, but North Warden's finding and stretching out to win. North Warden takes the opener on King's Plate Day by almost 3 to Monday Morning. 2.5 the Frontiers Man, and a gap away fourth Legs like Gizmo, and the time 1:24.48. Unofficial result, the winner is the 8 North Warden, second is 4 Monday Morning, and number 1 the Frontiers Man, third, fourth 7 Legs like Gizmo. First quarter 24 flat, the half 47 and 3, and 3 quarters 111 and 4, 1:24.48 the final time.
No, yeah, okay, guys. Okay, here we go. Go ahead, guys.
And the first race going to North Warden for Canuck Racing Club, Kevin Attard and Pietro Morin. And a very nice performance to win for the first time. The 3-year-old Chestnut Gelding is by Exaggerator from Reason, going on to an impressive victory as the prices come up on the very first race of the day. We'd like to recognize Marina Piccioni, who is on hand today, as was up there with the presentation after race 1 on the program for our first race on King's Plate Day. And here are the prices. The winner has paid $4.80, the trifecta or the exacta $16.80, the tri $30.70, the super $189.15, and the swinger on 482.60, 184.30, and 145.15. That first race sponsored by Sunwing, as the opener goes to the favorite. They're locked up. Off they race. Opening race on King's Plate Day. Bit slow Madassa, and the Frontiersman's back to second last, and settling into stride well is Legs Like Gizmo toward the outside in front. Monday Morning the grey is prominent, and on the outside is North Warden up running second. Making ground is Dembar over on the inside, and Aracasta Izan is mid-pack. Madassa's made ground from Mucho Magnifico, and last is the Frontiersman. About 5.5 covers them, and showing the way, Legs Like Gizmo at the 5/8, got across to the inside, leads out by almost 2 lengths to North Warden, and pushing up is Dembar. A length and a half away Monday Morning in fourth. Madassa started to pick up the bit nicely on the inside behind them. A length out of Casta Izan. The Frontiersman is over on the inside towards the early stages at the back of affairs with Mucho Magnifico. Little change in running order. Legs Like Gizmo trying to spurt clear here. 3/8 to run by a couple of lengths to North Warden and Dembar as they quicken. They've raced away by 2 to Monday Morning. Started to wind up. Under pressure now for the first time is Madassa, and to the outside the Frontiersman and Mucho Magnifico. Aracasta Izan at the back. North Warden's coming. Turning in front. Legs Like Gizmo. Challenged by North Warden on the outside. And ranging up is the favourite to go to the front. And North Warden's cleared away from Legs Like Gizmo. Monday Morning finishing on. Monday Morning trying to make up the ground. North Warden in front, a length and a half to Monday Morning, but North Warden's finding and stretching out to win. North Warden takes the opener on King's Plate Day by almost 3 to Monday Morning. 2.5 the Frontiersman, and a gap away fourth Legs Like Gizmo, and the time 1:24.48. There is the finish order, race 1. On to the second race today on the bet 365 in a turf, which is good in lane 1, the rail in the true position. A current change that mightn't have been noted earlier is the scratch. That's a late one, really, for Day Tripper, a vet scratch. Please note that came in after the earlier changes. The 4 Day Tripper is out, along with 6 Quiet Sunday and 9 Keep Grinding. They are all vet scratches. We start the $250,000 early pick 5, the guaranteed pool here, in 18 minutes.
"17 minutes to go before race number 2. The second half of the early double just saw North Warden get the win for Kevin Attard and a young bug rider, Pietro Moran. Kevin setting himself up with a winner right off the hop and hopefully kicking off a really big day for that outfit. As we go over to race number 2, it's an optional $40,000 claimer. Nominators of 3 Life. Jeff, this is the first time we're going to get an opportunity to see horses racing on the turf course. They are on the Bet 365 turf course, which is the inner course, and it's listed as good. This one horse, Noah's Ark, the first one we're going to take a look at. Now, right now, he's being a good boy.
Whoa,
yeah,
spoke too soon.
I spoke too soon. You know, our friend, Randy Waples, Hall of Fame driver at Mohawk, refers to these kind of horses with 2 words. He calls them ding-dongs. And this guy here is a bit of one, because he came over in that first start of the season on July the 20th, and he was a kid who just wouldn't settle down. And even after he won the race, coming back, he was a kid who wouldn't settle down. I was wondering what we'd see from him here today.
Well, he's doing the same thing. The disappointing thing is he's got talent. He doesn't need to do this. And he looked great winning last time out. I know that you liked him, and he ran big. He's had a couple of works in the interim, now turf. But what about that? That's a bit of an experiment in here. The mare ran once on turf, never won, but does have 3 turf winning sibs. The mare's produced 3 turf starters, none of which have won to this point. And this course is going to have some cut to it. So that's another thing that we'll have to keep a keen eye on as well here coming up in race number 2. But did you go back? Are you staying loyal? I don't blame you.
I went back. You know, I think he's, like I said, I wrote down, you know, this is a hyper kind of horse, but I also think he's kind of neat. So, you know, he's certainly got personality. And what I like, too, is that the groom just kind of laughs most of this off, so you know that he's familiar with his tricks. The 2 is Grand Spirited. This is the first horse on the day today for the Mark Casse barn that sends out a ton of runners this afternoon.
Big run last time. That was such a marked improved effort for the horse last time out on a day where the outside was good. This horse was able to clear from the outside draw, got to the front, and Junipero Serra was just better on that day, but it was a big, marked improved effort, and I think this horse might go a long way here up front in this potential event.
And nice to have Mark Casse with us here today as well. We're excited to have him back at Woodbine. The 3 is Penner Ash. This one going first start off with a claim.
I was surprised somebody would claim this horse off of that long of a layoff last time out, but obviously they saw something that they liked, and the horse ran credibly to finish 4th. Now the waters do get significantly deeper in here, but whereas the 1 and the 2, they're, you know, they haven't won on turf, for example, the 1 ever, or the 2 for a long time. This horse is a little bit more approval when it comes to racing on the grass. So maybe they claim this horse thinking that, he was kind of flying under the radar a little bit, and the barn was maybe trying to take a bit of an edge. I thought ran not bad in that comeback race, but it's going to have to be a whole lot better than we hear today.
The 4 is a late vet scratch, unfortunately, as we move over to the 5. Bodie's Tipsy. This is the second start of the season for this horse, who drops in for the lowest tag he's ever competed for.
This is a massive drop in class, as you said. I mean, there are no Niagara Skylines, clear destinations, Boston Tea Parties in this spot, so I think he's got a great shot to win this race. Just as long as him and some of these other horses can handle a little bit of cut to the ground. The good news with him, and in the past, he has been able to handle a little bit of cut to it. Now, your horse is being hammered right now all the way down to even money, so my horse apparently is going to have to step it up a little bit, but I don't mind my selection here in Bodie's Tipsy.
The 6 is a scratch. The 7 is Hemlo Gold, who goes out for Liz Elder. This is the first start of the season, and I question if maybe he's going to need one here today.
Especially with just 4 works coming in. Like, this horse is very, very light, and it works. And what happened last season was the horse improved considerably second time out, so I wonder if that's going to be the key yet again here today. Does have some success on this course, yet another potential pace factor in this race.
Question marks with the 8 horse as to the surface switch here. This horse regularly competes on the all-weather track and tries turf this afternoon.
And they take the blinkers off, so I wonder if they're just not 100% thrilled with how this horse is racing to this point. So they just want to kind of change things up. Let's try turf, let's take the blinkers off, we'll change the rider. He's been okay this year, but just not quite good enough.
We'll scratch the 9, move over to the 10, who's the last horse to talk about. That's Uptown Lights. This is the first start of the season for this 5-year-old, the son of Speightstown. Now, is he a bit of a wild card for you in this race? Because I take a look at the workouts, and there's a lot of 5/8 works for him.
I think it was meant to be a very promising horse at one time, and it's just not quite panned out for whatever reason. That when they did win, they got the win for $25,000. And the lone turf race was a long, long time ago. I think you do have to give the horse another shot on turf. The work tab looks intriguing. The barn has just been so quiet, though, this year, which is very concerning for me from a handicapping point of view.
Yeah, tough years so far, unfortunately. Now, we are getting some thunder rolling into the area, and you know what happens with thunder. You get a little bit of lightning. So we have a short weather delay right now. Not sure how long this is going to last for, Jeff, because it is kind of rolling in. It's been rolling in just slightly after the first race crossed the wire. We started to hear the thunder in the area.
Right. So essentially what's going to happen is, obviously you can't put horses into a steel starting gate when there's lightning in the area. So we'll be under a bit of a holding pattern right now inside the paddock area until this does pass us overhead. And we can handle rain, but we just can't handle lightning and thunder.
Well, it sounds like it might be a short delay, so that's the good news, because, you want to try and keep on track, but also we want to keep everybody as safe as possible. So with 11 minutes on the clock, we are under just that short weather delay. When we have another update, we'll come back and let you know.
Well, we're in a little bit of a weather delay here in race number 2, but that gives us plenty of time to talk to some friends here. Welcome back to everybody here at Woodbine. Second race here, the one horse Noah's Ark. Kevin Attar, the trainer, Rafael Hernandez, the rider. This horse, so impressive last time out, Kevin, but I will say, you look at him the way he was acting up a couple times. Was that just what he does, or is he just being playful?
Yeah, typical behavior for him. Even in the mornings, he's a playful horse. Always got to be on your toes with him and kind of just be aware of him. You know, he's got some tricks up his sleeve, and he just wants to play a good game of chicken, I guess.
Notice the minute you got the saddle on, he seemed to relax. Is that normal for him?
Yeah, that's it. You know, I mean, once he gets onto the track, does his business, he's pretty good and forward. So, I think the worst is over now for him.
Ravi, you've been aboard this horse. What's the horse like when he gets out on the track?
He's good. Like Kevin said, he's all business, you know. He like to play around here, but when he get on the track, he's all business.
You've had a very strong meet. What do you attribute that to?
Oh, support with my agent and people like Kevin and the owners. You know, thank you for everybody support me on this year and then every other years, and we're looking forward.
All I can say is everybody watching from Fairmount Park, I did tell him you said hi, and he is so grateful for all our fans out there.
Say hi to everybody there.
All right, guys, let's talk about the plate. Kevin, you got 3 horses in the race, but Caitlin or Greatness to me is a very intriguing. 10 fillies have won since 1956. Second place finish last time out in the Oaks. What made you decide, let's take on the boys?
You know, she's just been training so well. She kind of got to us a little bit later than an ideal situation to kind of get her ready with some time in between a couple races for the Oaks. So, you know, it was a bit of a jam schedule. She ran back 2 weeks off of that turf effort in the allowance race. Ran a great race to run second in the Oaks. More importantly, she came out of that race in good order. She's trained really well in the interim, and I felt that she deserved the chance. And with the support of Windstar and Sienna, we're here today.
What do you think about the race? It doesn't appear, Rafi, that there's a guaranteed front runner. My boy Prince probably will try to take it to them, but to me, at least my opinion, there seems to be 2 or 3 who I don't think they're going to let him have an easy lead.
No, like you said, I don't think they're gonna have an easy lead. We got a couple horses come from short. You know, they're gonna show some speed, and we're gonna try to track him and just make one run. Like Kevin said, he's unbelievable filly. You know, he doing really good race last time at the Oaks, so he come up this race good and show up today. It's gonna be tough to get beat.
Kevin, you got 2 others in the race. Can you give us a little insight?
Yeah, both are coming into the race as well. Pierre is a horse that I've always liked from the get-go. He's still learning. I think he's still acting a little green. I think if he'll settle early, he'll come with a big run. Jokestar, homebred for the Uellings. He's a horse that 10 furlongs is not going to be a problem. He was hindered in the plate trial by a slow pace, so hopefully today there's an honest pace in front of him, and I think he'll come running.
Gentlemen, we really appreciate the time. Hey, Rob, we appreciate you letting us be here. No worries. I love this horse. He's been listening in. He's going, okay, but who's winning the third? It's what he wants to know. Back to you guys.
Please take note that with this storm that has arrived, we are now off the inner turf for the upcoming second race. It'll be at 1:16, an amended distance, instead of the mile on the main track. Now 1:16, and we now have the additional scratch of number 5. Bodie's Tipsy is a steward scratch, so do note we're under a weather delay with this sudden ravaging storm. But 1:16 on the main track, race 2, and number 5, Bodie's Tipsy's out. Turning to race 4, we are also off of the E.P. Taylor turf for that race, and it'll be the same distance, 7 furlongs on the main track. No other changes at this point, but do note the change of surface, race 4, the main track. Looking ahead to race 4, we now have the scratch of number 12, Starry Night, as a steward scratch. Again, the 4th race, which was scheduled for the E.P. Taylor turf, has been switched to the main track. Same distance, 7 furlongs, race 4, scratch the 12, Starry Night, a steward scratch. The changes for the upcoming race on the screen, and we'll go through them again. Off the turf for what is race 2 was to be on the Bet365 inner. A change of distance to 1:16. 4 Day Tripper, a vet scratch. 5 Bodie's Tipsy, now a steward scratch. Along with 6 Quiet Sunday, a vet scratch. And 9 Keep Grinding, a vet scratch. We start the $250,000 guaranteed pick 5, race 2, once stewards give us the go-ahead. But right now the storm is continuing on and is very active. Ladies and gentlemen, due to the torrential rain and the storm that has just hit Woodbine, we are off the turf on all of our races today. They will be transferred to the main track, and let's go through those. You know, as mentioned, the 2 races so far that had changes were races 2 and 4, but continuing on, race 5 will now be from the Bet365 inner turf, switched to the main track, but it's the same distance, 1.16 miles, race 5. Race 6 is the Soaring Free Stakes, and that will now be run on the main track at the same distance of 6½ furlongs. Race number 8 today, which is the King Eddie, will now be at 1.16 miles on the main track. Do note the change of distance off the turf for the King Eddie, and that'll be 1.16 miles. When it comes to the 9th race, it'll be the same distance, 1.16 miles, but not on the inner turf, on the main track. Race 10, the Catch a Glimpse Stakes, will now be run on the main track at the same distance. We come to what will be after the King's Plate, the first in the series of the Woodbine Turf Endurance, and that'll now be on the main track at a distance change, 1.25 miles. Do note the change of distance for the 12th, 1.25 miles, race 12. They're the changes as we have them so far, but all the turf races that were scheduled today due to the incredible storm that has just come through are now onto the main track off the turf. We're going to take a look at these changes since the surfaces have been switched off. The turf race 2 guaranteed pick 5. A distance change to the mile and 16. Scratches, 4 day tripper, vet scratch. 5 birdies, tipsy steward scratch. 6 quiet Sunday, vet scratch. 9 keep grinding, vet scratch. Race 3, number 6 Canadian Avro is a steward scratch. Race 4 off the turf, same distance on the main track. 7 furlongs, bedtime number 5, steward scratch. Also scratch number 12, Starry Night, a steward scratch. Race 5 is off the turf, same distance on the main track. There are no changes, race 5. Race 6 off the turf, the same distance on the main track, and the start of a guaranteed pick 5 at 250,000. 8 shadow factor is a steward scratch from before. Race 7, the Bold Venture, there are no changes. Race 7 is clear. Race 8, the King Eddie is off the turf and goes to a mile and 16 in distance, and this starts the pick 6 carryover. Do note 2 Ironstone was a steward scratch from that race earlier, and the carryover is $55,128.52. Race 9 is off the turf, same distance on the main track, a mile and 16. There are no changes. Race 10, the Catch a Glimpse is off the turf, same distance on the main track, and 12 Warming is a steward scratch. And the 11th is the King's Plate, where earlier the 10 Bedard is a steward scratch. Race 12 off the turf, the distance changed to a mile and a quarter on the main track. 4 is out, confusing steward scratch, and 9 Catholic Jackie, 114. 13th and final, 2 Ondine Lady, a steward scratch. 3 Aracasta Historia, 114. And number 10, Our Stella, corrected weight 1 star, 113. The carryover, $12,278.29. They are the changes that have been brought up to date for you as the storm, well, it was certainly very tempestuous earlier, still is a little bit, and we are still under a weather delay for the start of our second race. It is the call to post for the second race off the turf. The distance changed to 1 mile and 16, and it starts the guaranteed $250,000 pick 5. Vet Scratch 4 Day Tripper, Stewart Scratch 5 Bodie's Tipsy, and Vet Scratch 6 Quiet Sunday, and 9 Keep Grinding. This race coming up is an optional claimer for 3 and up. On the way to the post parade, just 4 minutes to a start. In the post parade, number 1 is Noah's Ark, who's trained by Kevin Attard for Sienna Farm LLC and Windstar Farm LLC with Rafael Hernandez. 2 Grand Spirited, trained by Mark Cassie for Hesty Sport Incorporated and the jockey Luis Contreras. Number 3, Penarash for John Mattini, and the owner is Aftab Hussein and the rider is Juan Flores. We go to number 7 next, Hemlo Gold for Cardney Stables, Elizabeth Elder and Jose Campos. Number 8, Jim's Hope, Paul Buttigieg Training and owned by Buttigieg Training Centre, and Jimmy Goodman with Emma Jane Wilson. And down to number 10, Uptown Lights, Fraser Abley on board for Lane Gilliforti and Chiefswood Stables Limited. We are 2 minutes from the start.
We're back.
Can I just say one thing? Thank goodness we have all weather here.
No kidding.
If we had dirt, I don't know if we'd be able to continue the card.
Unbelievable. This I have never seen in, I don't even know how many years, Jeff. Weather like that come in that quickly and obviously be a significant impact on today's program, because for those of you who are maybe just tuning in, we are off of the turf for all of our races today, and that's really very unusual.
Yeah.
Most times we will run the stakes events on the grass, but we just can't.
It's a safety issue now.
Exactly.
Yeah,
we just can't.
And because of the all-weather, we didn't lose a ton of horses, but I'm just, there's obviously a lot of chatter these days about the all-weather surfaces, and I just think this is where it saved our card today.
No kidding. Yep.
So let's talk about this race.
All
Noah's
right.
Ark, obviously the hunch
Isn't
play.
it a hunch play?
Now,
I mean, yeah.
how do you handle horses like this that have been, they were so well behaved. They were
great.
They were here for, how long was that delay? 45 minutes
Oh,
at least?
And nobody turned a hair.
Yeah.
The only thing is that the one horse, like I said before, he is a bit of a hyper guy, and he was acting up when they were putting the tack on earlier on. But then I think maybe one of the greatest things that happened was the delay, because he settled right down. See, I was worried that a horse like that might run his race in the paddock.
Now, one thing that traditionally happens when something like this just happened is speed will do well in this
That's
track.
right, yeah.
So we'll have to keep a keen eye on that. Now, they've been able to kind of harrow it lightly, but haven't really been able to get down deep into the surface. So just keep a keen eye on that to see if that trend does continue.
So obviously a lot of things are going to change here, because this race kicks off a guaranteed pick 5, a $250,000 guaranteed pick 5, and you do have those late scratches from this race as well. So the 4, the 5, and the 6 will not go. But please keep watching the bottom of the screen to get all the scratches and changes that you need, because they are likely going to be coming in. A reminder, there are some distance changes on today's card as well. So this race changes from a mile to a mile and a 16th on the main track. There's a few races on today's program that will have distance changes, Jeff.
And the one thing too is the fact that they made the decision to come off the grass now, which is so important, because if they had not done that, then the pick fives would have become all races, which handicappers cannot stand. So
they're trying to help you out.
We got it done at the right time.
Yep.
The pick five guaranteed at 250. You have lots of time to still get your wagers in at this point, as the pool is approaching 150,000. So we still have lots of ways to go for that 250,000. So get your wagers in, as we might be in a bit more of a holding pattern, just to make sure that pool gets bumped up a little bit.
Alrighty, so we'll watch and see what happens. We'll watch and see how the track is playing. But for those of you just tuning in, we are off of the turf for all of today's races. Getting set to go for race number 2, the second half of the early double, where the hunch bet of the day today is the one, Noah's Ark, who goes out for conditioner Kevin Attard, who's trying to sweep the early double. Good luck.
Now they're going to be called up fairly soon for the start. Race 2, again, a switch of distance and surface. Mile and 16 on the main track. A checker betting and Noah's Ark, not just the sort of tout given what's happened, but form-wise also supports solid given the last start win. They'll be called up shortly. Now they're coming around. In fact, Noah's Ark is going to go up first. Since the flood has happened, Noah's Ark coming in. Moving forward for a start, the favourite. This race sees Grand Spirited alongside. Next up is Penner Ash. Well, the CN Tower has just drifted into shrouded cloud there at the back of the track, so we certainly are shrouded in shadows in some ways with the cloud today. Penner Ash is in. Hemlo Gold is coming up, looks beautiful. First up here, Hemlo Gold, and is currently at 11-1. Pushing for favoritism, Jim's Hope is next. Jim's Hope and Emma Jane Wilson wait to go up, called in now. And the last along is Uptown Lights for Fraser Abley. Moves in. Field is set to run. Locked up. Gates fly back and they're off, and back to last, Noah's Ark and Jim's Hope, and away well, about 5 of them. Penner Ash goes for the lead. Away well, Grand Spirit of the inside in second. One away third, Hemlo Gold. The outside, Uptown Lights. Up the rail goes Noah's Ark, starting to find footing now, is coming forward. And a couple away last is Jim's Hope, and Noah's Ark almost tempted to come up on the seam through the inside. Nonetheless, Penner Ash into the torrential rain, leads by a length and a half and kicks out in front. Racing second, Grand Spirited, a neck away third, Noah's Ark. One away is Hemlo Gold, followed by Jim's Hope and Uptown Lights on the outside. Only 4 lengths covers this field, and racing clear Penner Ash by a length and a half to in second, Noah's Ark. A neck away third, Grand Spirited. Hemlo Gold the widest on the inside, creeping closer is Jim's Hope. And last is Uptown Lights. 4.5 left to run, and rolling along in front, Penner Ash, almost 2 lengths. Noah's Ark second, a length away, Grand Spirited. Up on the outside, Hemlo Gold, and back on the rail, Jim's Hope wrangled forward, and last, Uptown Lights, and there's been no change at all. Running to the 3/8, and the leader, Penner Ash. 1.5, Noah's Ark. Starting a wind-up run is Hemlo Gold on the outside, and they're trying to close in on Penner Ash. Uptown Lights is making ground. On the inside, Jim's Hope, and dropping off Grand Spirited. The leader remains Penner Ash. As Juan Flores turns in front, but Noah's Ark trying to come up and challenge. On the inside, Jim's Hope. Hemlo Gold's dropped off, and Penner Ash still full of run. Penner Ash 2 in front, Jim's Hope up the inside, and then came Noah's Ark and Uptown Lights. Penner Ash the leader. On the rail, Jim's Hope. They have less than a furlong to go. Jim's Hope is coming home. Jim's Hope on the inside. Jim's Hope's grabbed the lead and is going to get up and win. And Emma Jane and Jim's Hope the winner. 3/4 to Penner Ash. 5 away, Noah's Ark, and then Uptown Lights. 1:45.17. And the unofficial winner, number 8, Jim's Hope. Second is 3, Penner Ash. Third is 1, Noah's Ark. And fourth, 10, Uptown Lights. 8, 3, 1, 10. And the unofficial winner is Jim's Hope, who's a chestnut 4-year-old gelding. Is by Amise Holiday from Blonde Breeze, trained by Paul Buttigieg, who's having a phenomenal season, and is also the breeder of the winner with Jimmy Goodman. And it is Buttigieg Training Centre and Jimmy Goodman who are the winning owners. The winning rider is Emma Jane Wilson, as Jim's Hope breaks through for a third win from 20 starts. Jim's Hope, the unofficial winner. Prices are in, it's official, and the winner, Jim's Hope, $5.90. Number 3, Penner Ash, $7.30 to place. That exacta $59.40. The trifecta $85.35. The super $391.15. Consolation double, 8-5, $5.10. A pair of 8s, $34.20. In the swinger, 3-8, $3.95, 1-8, $3.10, and 1-3, $4.45. Run, locked up. Gates fly back and they're off, and back to last, Noah's Ark and Jim's Hope, and away well, about 5 of them. Penner Ash goes for the lead. Away well, Grant Spirit of the inside in second. One away third, Hemlo Gold. The outside, Uptown Lights. Up the rail goes Noah's Ark, starting to find footing now, is coming forward. And a couple away last is Jim's Hope, and Noah's Ark almost tempted to come up on the seam through the inside. Nonetheless, Penarash into the torrential rain, leads by a length and a half and kicks out in front. Racing second, Grand Spirited, a neck away third, Noah's Ark. One away is Hemlo Gold, followed by Jim's Hope and Uptown Lights on the outside. Only 4 lengths covers this field, and racing clear Penarash by a length and a half to in second, Noah's Ark. A neck away third, Grand Spirited. Hemlo Gold the widest on the inside, creeping closer is Jim's Hope. And last is Uptown Lights. 4.5 left to run, and rolling along in front, Penarash, almost 2 lengths. Noah's Ark second, a length away, Grand Spirited. Up on the outside, Hemlo Gold, and back on the rail, Jim's Hope wrangled forward, and last, Uptown Lights, and there's been no change at all. Running to the 3/8, and the leader, Penarash. 1.5, Noah's Ark. Starting a wind-up run is Hemlo Gold on the outside, and they're trying to close in on Penarash. Uptown Lights is making ground on the inside, Jim's Hope, and dropping off Grand Spirited. The leader remains Penarash. As Juan Flores turns in front, but Noah's Ark trying to come up and challenge. On the inside, Jim's Hope, Hemlo Gold's dropped off, and Penarash still full of run. Penarash 2 in front, Jim's Hope up the inside, and then came Noah's Ark and Uptown Lights. Penarash the leader. On the rail, Jim's Hope, they have less than a furlong to go. Jim's Hope is coming home. Jim's Hope on the inside. Jim's Hope's grabbed the lead and is going to get up and win. And Emma Jane and Jim's Hope the winner. 3/4 to Penarash. 5 away, Noah's Ark, and then Uptown Lights. And there is the finish order, and a special thanks to Nicole Gauthier, who was presenting in the rain there in the second of the day. Thanks to Lincoln for their sponsorship of race 2 of the program. Here are the changes of each section of the race. It was 24.23 for the first quarter. A half a mile, 48.42. 3/4 went in 1:13 and 2/100ths. 1:38.64 for the mile. The final time, 1:45.17. Again, 24.23, 48.42, 1:13.02, 1:38.64, and 1:45.17. On to race 3, scratch 6, Canadian Avro is a steward scratch. 13 minutes to the third.
When I think New Holland, the first word that would come to my mind, I would think success. I think without it, for me, the success isn't there.
Whenever you deal with somebody so long and they take care of you, you remember that.
New Holland builds products that will continue to evolve and make the farmer more efficient, that can produce food for the world.
Minutes to go before race number 3 on the program today, and hopefully everything is back up and running again as we just completed race number 2 on today's program. Speed did hold in that race with Penner Ash holding on for a second place finish after setting all the fractions. Tough beat when you get beat that way, but Jim's Hope sat, we would say, about 2-3 lengths off of it and was able to make that run under Emma Wilson. Let's go to race number 3. On the main track. All races today will go on the all-weather surface. 6.5 furlongs of distance, a 25 claimer, non-2 as we look at the one Pet Sounds.
What impressed me so much about him last time out was the fact that he survived a real lengthy battle. There was a multiple horse battle on the front end. He put away that speed, then has to hold off North Warden. And North Warden came back to win earlier on today for $25,000. Now, you and I often say that we'd like to see the cut in half off a maiden win like that. It's a little bit difficult to do here because we don't necessarily have 12-5.
Right.
You know, non-winners of 2. So you can maybe go for 15 non-winners of 2. But, you know, I think maybe you can make a bit of a case this guy is on a bit of a forward momentum swing right now based on how well he ran. So I don't mind the fact they're coming right back for $25,000.
Well, and I would say that Lasix was a big thing with
Yeah,
him
good
too
point.
as well last start. The 2 is Dream Jareem. Now, this is something we've seen a lot, Jeff. They claimed this horse back on July the 7th for $40,000. They've waited the 30 days, but they're dropping the horse down to 25.
Well, I think a couple of things have happened. First of all, as a bettor, I quite liked this horse last time out. I picked the horse. I think I might have even made the horse my play of the day. Lost by 22 lengths, so I was wrong as a bettor, and I think the connections were wrong as purchasers of the horse too, because now all of a sudden you're right in for $25,000. Now that has turned out to be a bit of a key race because the winner came back to win with an 84 Buyers, got a big shot tomorrow. And El Cohete came out of that race to win, but this is a negative sign. You're dropping off a bad race, and you cannot be any colder than you are right now on the board.
Absolutely. The 3 is Fairway to Heaven. This is another one on the drop, and another horse who was collared for $40,000.
And another one that I liked last time, but that did not run well, was a first-time gelding on that day, and I thought, okay, like let's see if we get a bit of a turnaround. It did not materialize. That race was not good. However, it's so amazing how quickly things can change for a barn. This barn had no momentum until yesterday, and all of a sudden they win a couple of races. So maybe that's a sign of things.
They're on the upswing in the fairway. Race number 4, the 4-horse Fast and Ready for Sittard, claimed for a quarter, came back for a quarter, so they waited the 30 days to bring the horse back and finished 8th, unfortunately.
Now, I am willing to give him a benefit of the doubt because now that's 2 bad turf races for this horse. So I wonder if just plain and simple the horse is not like the grass. And now we get back over the synthetic. They're still tweaking, though, here with the equipment as the blinkers will come off.
Uncaptured Moment is the 5. Now, this one comes out of a very significant race. You talked about the Society Thunder, El Cohete reference, and this horse gets that.
Might be able to hit the ticket in some portion in terms of like finishing second or third, but I don't think it's a real win prospect for me, especially with that 1 for 20. But it's taking a little bit more money than I expected in this race.
The 6 is a scratch. The 7 at 12-1 is Hatmaker Gizmo on the drop for Josie Carroll.
Yeah, that is true. So that should help things. Maybe that's why Uncaptured Moment's taking the money because of the drop down in class as well. So this horse does get into a bit of an easier spot. Has been not good though so far this year, this horse.
Now here's an interesting horse, the 8, Ready Shakespeare for Hall of Famer Roger Atfield. This one's been off from the races for quite some time. Last time we saw this guy competing was back in October of 2023.
And I could have sworn that Fipke owned this horse, and that might have been the case. But now shows up as a gelding, and maybe they gave the horse to Roger, or they sold the horse to Roger, but was a very highly thought of horse, and now all of a sudden takes the big drop down class. I'm not sure where the 8 is right now, but we're going to go to the 9. and that is Speedy Powell.
Well, Speedy Powell was the favorite in the first start back off of the layoff and unfortunately disappointed in that race, finishing third with Sahin Savachi. But we've seen this a lot with this outfit. Poor efforts, they come back with Sahin Savachi for the second start off of the layoff and they do much better.
It should be a real speed threat.
That's true. And then the 10 Coherence rounds out the field.
Ran just 7 days ago, ran okay, was in that turf race won by Rock to Fame. Very difficult to come from off the pace on that day when finishing in the third place position. But the horse did so, made up a lot of ground, but was never going to get to the winner. Not sure where the 8 is. Our crew could not find the 8.
Oh, there he is. He's right in front of us
the 8's just about to leave. Okay, so to get to Ready Shakespeare, I think this was a private purchase or was maybe given to Roger. I'm not 100% sure.
Well, we're going to be able to find out because guess what? Peter Lorre is standing by with Hall of Famer Roger Atfield. Peter?
Thank you, Lisa. And of course, it can't be plate day without the all-time winning plate winner in trainer Roger Atfield. Roger, before we get to this horse, let's just talk about the memories of the plate. It's a historic race, not only here in Canada, but also in North America.
Yeah, well, the first one I won was 1976. I came to Canada in 1970, so that was a real thrill for me. And then over the years, I've managed to win 8 of them. And they've all been very special, you know, very special.
Let's talk about this race, Ready Shakespeare. What has been going on with this one? Obviously, the most important equipment adjustment in racing, a newly turned gelding. Just spoke to Emma Jane Wilson. Her thoughts were, mentally, if he's in it, he wins it.
Yeah, I purchased him from Mr. Fipke because he was kind of disappointing. I felt that most of that was because he was a colt, and so I gelded him right after I bought him. And then we've had 1 or 2 little hiccups and very small ones, and he's only got the one eye too, you know, so he's been a little cagey amongst other horses and what have you. And he's had a lot of schooling now, and he's been training very well, and I'm hoping he's going to run very well.
Roger, good luck in the race, and as always, it's a pleasure every time I come to Canada, get a chance to speak with you.
Thank you so much. Lovely to see you.
Trainer Roger Atfield.
It is the call to post. As we come to the third race, do note the scratch of 6 Canadian Avro is a Stewart scratch. This at 6 1/2 furlongs. A conditional claiming races for 3 and up, and then on winners of 2 as they go out to the post parade 4 minutes away. Just a note, looking ahead, we turn to race 10, and there is the late scratch in the Catch a Glimpse Stakes of horse 4, Shifty. Shifty is now officially out as a Stewart scratch, race 10, number 4. Post Parade, race 3, number 1, Pet Sounds, is owned by Jerry Karoom and trained by Norm McKnight, the rider Rafael Hernandez. Bruno Chickadans is the owner of 2, Dream Jareem, in the barn of Martin Hinkson with rider Keve Nichols. 3, Fairway to Heaven for Carlo D'Amato, Eddie Catrayan and Leo Sales. 4, Fast and Ready Owner Tucci Stables, trainer Siddharth, the rider Fraser Abley. Number 5, Uncaptured Moment, trained by Del DeRusso, owned by Centennial Farms, Niagara Incorporated, and John Lennox. The jockey is Jeffrey Alderson. 6 is a scratch. Number 7, Hatmaker Gizmo for Ivan Delos, Josie Carroll, and Sophia Vives. 8, Ready Shakespeare, Roger Atfield, owner trainer, jockey Emma Jane Wilson. On screen is the 9, Speedy Powell for D. Robotham and Partners 3, Marty Drexler trainer, rider Sahin Savachi. And the 10, Coherence, trained by William Theranos for Natural Aid Stable with jockey Pietro Moran. We're just 2 minutes away from a start. There's a look at Ready Shakespeare on screen as they head up to the gate at the 6 1/2 furlongs. Please take note, number 2, Dream Jareem, is headed back to the paddock for a shoe repair, so we're under a little bit of a delay with that happening. Number 2, Dream Jareem, needs to head back to the paddock for a shoe repair with the farrier. moving up to the gate. They're going around behind the start. Dream Jareem has been reshot, arrives. And in the betting, we have 5-2 for Speedy Powell. And this field is about to be called to the gate. Still very heavy rain here at Woodbine. It's just been constant. In fact, it might even be getting stronger again. They're moving up. Pet Sounds will be the first to go forward. 6 1/2 furlongs for the third on our King's Plate program. And inside runner, Pet Sounds, has moved up. Joining the line is Dream Jareem. Fairway to Heaven has gate 3 and goes up. Blinkers off today for Fast and Ready, has gate 4. Stepping forward is Uncaptured Moment to gate 5. Hatmaker Gizmo will be next. Hatmaker Gizmo. Almost there. Now, Ready Shakespeare adds the blinkers for this race. 2 to load, Speedy Powell, current favourite. And the last along is Coherence to the outside gate. Field is set to run. They're locked up. Off they race. And bobbling a bit, Uncaptured Moment. Best away, Speedy Powell. One who dipped out last is Pet Sounds. Coming up on the inside for the lead is Dream Jareem. And as they settle into stride, 4 go for it. Fast and Ready is right there, as is Fairway to Heaven. But out in front, Dream Jareem on the inside. A neck in front of Fast and Ready. They come clear. Lying in third, Fairway to Heaven, followed on the outside in fourth by Speedy Powell. Then Uncaptured Moment, Coherence. On the rail, Pet Sounds about 5 off the leader. And back to second last position, trying to get involved is Ready Shakespeare. And the early trailer is still about 7 behind the leader, Hatmaker Gizmo. Racing clear, Dream Jareem snuck away by almost 3 lengths to Fast and Ready. Lying in third is Fairway to Heaven. A length and a half away came over on the inside. Pushed a bit now, Speedy Powell. Coherence going on by a little bit. And finishing well is Ready Shakespeare coming home hard. And as they come down inside the final quarter, turning in front, Dream Jareem by a length. Peel to the outside, Fairway to Heaven. And now closing ground is Ready Shakespeare taking aim down the outside. Ready Shakespeare trying to gather this leader in and is coming on with Fairway to Heaven. Dream Jareem in front. The dangers are Ready Shakespeare in the centre, Fairway to Heaven. Ready Shakespeare the threat on the outside. Ready Shakespeare coming with every lunge. Dream Jareem and Ready Shakespeare. Ready Shakespeare got up to win it. From Dream Jareem, back in third of photo, Fairway to Heaven, and on the inside, Speedy Powell. And the time, 1:17.66. The winner is number 8, Ready Shakespeare. Second is number 2, Dream Jareem, a photo for show, A2 and a third place photo. The opening quarter was 22 and 3, the half 45 and 2, 3 quarters 1:11, and the time is 1:17.66. Third place has gone to 9, Speedy Powell. 4-3, Fairway to Heaven, 8-2-9-3. Ready Shakespeare is the winner, and a fantastic training feat by Roger Atfield, who is the winning owner and trainer. And Charles Fipke bred this winner, a bay 4-year-old gelding. Certainly was More Than Ready. That's the name of the sire, by More Than Ready from Lady Shakespeare. What a great bloodline. They have produced great horses. Emma Jane on a roll today. She's won 2 on end on King's Plate Day. And Ready Shakespeare, just lightly raced, has a promising future. 4 starts for 2 wins, and this one coming from off the pace.
Okay, let's go. Give him a turn. Give him a turn. He's not coming. He's not coming. Okay, straight up. That's good.
Smile big, kids.
Okay, straight up. Hold it right there. Hold on. That's up. Nice guy.
Good boy.
Prices have come through. It's official. And the winner, Ready Shakespeare, number 8, $8.80 for the win. A big return on the 2, Dream Jareem, $19.50 and $8.50 to show, place and show payouts. That exacta, $155.80. The trifecta, $473.95. The super, 8293, $3,280.05. The double, a pair of 8s, $33.20. The pick 3, 8 into all with 8, $9.45. Swinger, 2, 8, $15.95. 8, 9, $2.80 and 2, 9, $12.75. And there is a look at the show photo. locked up. Off they race. And bobbling a bit uncaptured moment. Best away, Speedy Pal. One who dipped out last is Pet Sounds. Coming up on the inside for the lead is Dream Jareem. And as they settle into stride, 4 go for it. Fast and Ready is right there, as is Fairway to Heaven. But out in front, Dream Jareem on the inside. A neck in front of Fast and Ready. They come clear. Lying in third, Fairway to Heaven, followed on the outside in fourth by Speedy Pal. Then Uncaptured Moment, Coherence. On the rail, Pet Sounds about 5 off the leader. And back to second last position, trying to get involved is Ready Shakespeare. And the early trailer is still about 7 behind the leader, Hatmaker Gizmo. Racing clear, Dream Jareem snuck away by almost 3 lengths to Fast and Ready. Lying in third is Fairway to Heaven. A length and a half away came over on the inside. Pushed a bit now, Speedy Pal. Coherence going on by a little bit. And finishing well is Ready Shakespeare coming home hard. And as they come down inside the final quarter, turning in front, Dream Jareem by a length. Peel to the outside, Fairway to Heaven. And now closing ground is Ready Shakespeare taking aim down the outside. Ready Shakespeare trying to gather this leader in and is coming on with Fairway to Heaven. Dream Jareem in front. The dangers are Ready Shakespeare in the centre, Fairway to Heaven. Ready Shakespeare, the threat on the outside. Ready Shakespeare coming with every lunge. Dream Jareem and Ready Shakespeare. Ready Shakespeare got up to win it. From Dream Jareem, back in third of photo, Fairway to Heaven, and on the inside, Speedy Pal. And the time, 1:17.66. There is a look at the finish order from race 3. We want to recognise Toby Jeffries, who was the presenter there for New Holland for our third race on King's Plate Day. Next race has been taken off of the EP Tailored Turf, race 4. It's the same distance of 7 furlongs on the main track. And do note the scratch of 5 Bedtime and of 12 Starry Night. They are both Stewart scratches. 14 minutes to a start.
So, the average person walks 150 million steps in a lifetime. But how many go somewhere new? Those are the ones that count. Let's keep walking. Johnny Walker.
So far, a pretty nice day for jockey Emma Wilson. She's won 2 on today's program. Great to see the Hall of Famer Roger Attfield in the winner's circle back in race number 3 as well. As we move over to race number 4, now we're going to get into some baby action here. A maiden special weight that was originally scheduled to go 7/8 of a mile on the EP Taylor Turf course will now go 7/8 on the all-weather as we take a look at a number of runners in this spot. And Jeff, there's a few first-time starters in this race, but a few of them have made starts as well. So we're kind of midway through the season with our 2-year-old races as we take a look first at the one spun around. This is a first-time starter for Stu Simon.
Right, and it would be great to see a Yorkton have some success soon because we know him so well around these parts, and Stuart Simon conditioned Yorkton, as a matter of fact, so he has yet to have a debut winner at this point. But what's so interesting about this pedigree is you've got kind of a speedy type of stallion on top of a real stamina mare. Her lone win took place at 10 furlongs. So I'm going to take a bit of a wait-and-see approach with this one myself. 26 to 1, a little bit cold right now on the board.
So the 2 Miss Demanding has already had a start, finished 4th, but in behind Crystal Visions, that was a really nice winner actually from the Stu Simon outfit.
Right, and the 3rd place finishers come back to win, that being Skylight Caper, and McGill, the 2nd place finisher, is in this race too. Very, very good race first time out, and I think the extra distance will be beneficial. I don't think the surface change hurts this horse one iota. Definitely a factor in here. I'd like to see the horse calm down a little bit. Very much on the muscle right now.
Absolutely. The 3 is Yorkton Rose. This is another filly by Yorkton.
Right, there was a bit of buzz with this horse when this one debuted. I'm not sure if it was a clocker horse or not, but I remember there was some hype with this horse. And had a bit of an outside draw and just lost a horse that had racing experience on that day on turf. So now they're going to give it a go here, not by design, because obviously this race was scheduled for turf, but they're going to give it a go here on the synthetic. And this barn, I find, is always dangerous second time out.
I think this 4-horse benefits from the race coming off of the turf because she's already raced. She has had a good second place effort, and when she did it, it was on the all-weather in behind Crystal Visions. Now, by the way, out of all of the horses that have raced, Crystal Visions has the highest buyer in this group as a reference for the 65.
And the great news is, too, that we've seen several horses come from off the pace since this heavy rain has materialized. That's not usually how it goes, but I'm glad to see it. So we have seen some horses come from off the pace and do well. And this horse came from off the pace first time out to finish a very good second. It almost seems like the light bulb went off halfway through the race with this horse, and then just started to really fly late. It's been a good day for the barn already, so they're hoping to keep it going. Not surprising to see this horse taking this much support.
Mike DiPaolo's got a couple of horses in this one. We'll start with the 6-horse Snatched.
So Snatched ran with Ready for Candy back on June the 29th, was the least preferred of those 2 horses, and then last time ran for Ready for Candy as well and could not beat that one. So I think it's pretty happy not to have to deal with that one. I didn't really see the bump up second time out that I was hoping to see. Ran a very similar type of figure on the process, and yet again, different rider here today as well.
The 7-horse debuts on the Lasix program for Katrina Vasileva.
Right, and we have not seen a lot of 2-year-olds so far from this outfit, so this is nice to see, and this is where we see Kazushi Kimura being aboard here today as well. This is his first mount since coming back from California, just a bit of a one-day visit for us here at Woodbine. It's a bit of a shame that this race is now on the synthetic, because that's the one work that kind of jumped off the page to me, was that train track work back on August the 4th. The mare was a 4-time winner and is from the same family as Lucas Street, who was a pretty nice one.
Sapphire Connect is the 8 at 14 to 1, goes out for Nathan Squires, and Nathan has had a very good season so far with his 2-year-olds.
First start good, for sure. Last time out, made a bit of a middle run and couldn't quite sustain it, but now all of a sudden shows up on delay 6. I definitely think down the line this horse will be gained on a turf with the pedigree that we do have in here. I like the fact that we've got interim activity as well. Just a horse that doesn't have to improve a ton to be a bit of a factor in this spot.
Ready to Battle is the 9-horse currently at 9 to 1. You get Cassie and you get Savachi, and the blinkers being added.
When do you get Cassie and a 2-year-old race finishing last? It does not happen very often. And you can say, well, yeah, it's Saratoga. Well, even at Saratoga this meet, Mark's been unbelievable there too. So nothing has really gone all that right for Ready for Battle at this point. But I do like the fact you get Savachi. You do get the blinkers on too. This almost seems like a bit of a, like, you know, when you ask somebody to restart your computer, I think this is a bit of a restart for this horse. You know, they're just trying to bring the horse back. Let's try the synthetic and see what we've got.
The 10 is my top selection in this race. Now, that being said, I really was picking this horse for turf because the mare produces nothing but runners. This is a full to some really nice grass horses.
I do love the twirling candy factor, though. He is fantastic with first-time starters, but you're right. I mean, this mare has produced Bob and Jackie. They made over $500,000, was a multiple stakes winner, Knock Your Socks Off, who was a 2-year-old, was very precocious, and finished second in the Golden Rod, as a matter of fact, too. But I'm going to make this one my top pick. And I like the fact that we're taking support, but not an overabundance of it. 5 to 1 is a perfect type of price for me to try and play this one here today.
I would agree. And then 6 to 1, the price on the 11. This is the other DiPaolo runner, a horse who's had a couple of starts and did hook up with Salt that you'll see today in the Catch a Glimpse Stakes as race 10.
Yeah, the 2 DiPaolo horses definitely prefer this one for sure. I thought in the first start just was a little bit too short. I think really appreciated the stretch and distance last time out, because don't forget too, in that salt race, they did not go all that quickly to the half. They only went 48-1, and for this horse to overcome that to finish in third, I thought was rather impressive.
Alrighty, so we've got a good field here. 2-year-olds all minding their manners in the saddling area. Peter standing by with conditioner Mike DiPaolo, who sends 2 out in this event.
Thank you very much. And as you can see, we're here with trainer Michael DiPaolo. Mike, you got 2 here in the race. The 6 horse, and that is Snatched, and the 11 horse, as I'm flipping up my paper, my apologies, Scat Girl. What can you tell us about the 2 of these?
Well, Scat Girl ran a real good race last time, got in a bit of trouble, got beat a nose, come running. We're hoping she gets there today. I don't know that the turf made a big difference, but we're hoping for a good result.
Let's talk about the synthetic. Obviously, the all-weather with all of the rain that we've gotten hit in such a small period of time. I know in theory it's not supposed to matter. What is your thoughts?
Well, it makes it difficult because some days when it rains, the track gets real fast. Some days when it gets a lot of rain, it slows it down. So I guess we'll see as the day goes on how it plays.
Ideally, where would you like to see these 2 early?
Sitting a little off it. And at the winner's circle at the end.
That's what we want to hear. Michael, thank you so much for your time. Good luck on the whole card.
Thanks, Peter.
All right. Michael DiPaolo.
The call to post for the 4th race, and this will be on the main track, off the turf, same distance, and that'll be 7 furlongs, a maiden allowance. 2-year-old filly stepping out, scratch 5 bedtime, and scratch 12 Starry Night Stewart scratches as we come to the post parade, the start of the pick 4. post parade. Number 1 is Spun Around for Chiefswood Stables Limited, Stuart Simon and Fraser Abley. Number 2, Miss Demanding, Camhaven Farms owner Steve Flint, trainer jockey Ryan Munger. Chiefswood Stables Limited also has the 3, Yorkton Rose, trainer Sid Attard, and on board is Justin Stein. Number 4 is McGill for X-Men Racing 4 LLC, Madiket Stables LLC, and SF Racing LLC, trained by Kevin Attard with Rafael Hernandez. The 5 is out. Number 6, Snatched for Zealy Racing Stables, Mike DiPaolo and Jose Campos. Number 7 is Crimson Sea, owned by Borders Racing Stable Limited. Trainer Katerina Vasilyeva, the rider Kazushi Kimura. Number 8, Sapphire Connect, Deshaun Bino, the rider for Nathan Squire's barn and owned by Hidden Valley Racing and Frankfurt Park Farm LLC. 9, Ready to Battle for Gary Barber, Mark Cassie and Sahin Savachi. 10 is Thread, also owned by Gary Barber, along with Bridlewood Farm and Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners, trainer Mark Cassie, jockey Patrick Husbands. And 11 is Scat Girl for Zealy Racing Stables, Mike DiPaolo and Emma Jane Wilson. Post time in just a minute or so as they head up. And the unofficial result is 9, Ready to Battle first, 10 Thread second, 8 Sapphire Connect third, and fourth was 6 Snatch. 9, 10, 8, 6, the unofficial top 4. First quarter 23, the half 47 and 1, 3 quarters 113 and 1, the time 126.67. Unofficial top 4, 9 Ready to Battle, 10 Thread, 8 Sapphire Connect, 6 Snatched. Ready to Battle, who is the winner here. Success for the Marcassi Barnes first and second place finishers. Gary Barber, the winning owner of this 2-year-old bay Kentucky bred filly by War of Will from Battle Bridge. Ready to Battle. And presenting shortly for the fourth.
All the way across the track with like 5 strikes. Guys, you watch from like 5.5 foot long marker when we cross the chute. It's worse. I guess we're going. We are going through. What are we doing? I guess we're going through. Are they going through? I'm not sure. I didn't think
Francisco Gonzalez Malava on hand. A big thanks to Johnny Walker with the fourth race of the day on our Kings Plate Day. Again, Francisco Gonzalez Malave here to make the presentation in the fourth race as we recognize our sponsor, Johnny Walker. $22.50 for the win. Ready to Battle. $10 even to play, $6.20 to show, and that exacta, a stable exacta, $88.70. The try, $438.65. The super, $5,018.45. 8-9 double, $144.40. Pick 3, $186.70. The swinger, 9-10, $9.20. 8-9, $28.60, and 8-10, $14.70. There's the finish order. Next race, we do have the scratch now. Steward 1 of Comanche Country. Comanche Country is out of race number 5, horse 5. We're off the turf, same distance on the main track, 1 mile and 16 in 13 minutes.
So we're about 12 minutes away from post time, and I'm not sure how much people recognize the face, but as soon as you start talking, I think everybody will recognize you. This is Larry Colmus. He has been a fantastic track announcer for a long time. You have a lot of great fans in this great country of Canada, and I just want to welcome you to Woodbine. Great to have you.
Jeff, thank you very much. We're having a blast here despite the weather, and we'll hopefully it'll clear up. It'll almost look like the sun's trying to come out.
Yes. So I was trying to get you to call a race today, but I understand, you know, things like scheduling wise, it's tight because you have so many things to do for FanDuel. But you've called all over the world. I just wanted to get kind of your initial impressions of Woodbine because obviously, I mean, we've been seeking shelter for the vast majority of today, but you know, just as a fan watching and now being here for the first time, just your general feeling.
Well, as a person being here, I find out that it rains all the time.
Yes, it does.
One day at least. But no, it's such a cool place, you know, and the people have been so nice, and it just, I don't know, it seems like it's a little bit different than some other tracks that I've been to. Just the way it's set up with the turf course, the E.P. Taylor course on the outside, and it's just a unique place, and that's what makes it special.
Just talk to us about your relationship with a couple of guys. First of all, track announcer Dan Loisel used to call the races here, and Robert Gettler as well.
So I went up to see Robert just a little bit ago, and knocked on the door of the announcer's booth. Who opened it? Danny did. He was in the booth visiting Robert. So I've known Dan Loisel for many, many years. Super guy. We met all over the place when we were doing those All-Star Announcer Day things, and we became very good friends. And then Robert, he made an appearance at Gulfstream. We had him call a race down there, and that's when we got to know each other a little bit. So they're both great guys, outstanding race callers, and you guys have been lucky here to have some super announcers over the years.
Very blessed. Started with Darrell Wells, and then went to Danny, and now to Robert Gettler as well. So we'll take a look at the horses here for race number 5, and we'll give you some thoughts on some of these horses, and we'll talk a little bit about the plate as well. So how have you found the adjustment for you? Because you were a guy calling the races, but now you're more of a handicapper when it comes to FanDuel.
Yeah, with a race call, when it's over and you didn't call a good race, you're so mad. You're like, damn it, I wish I had got that right.
Yeah.
When you're trying to pick winners and you realize that you're only going to be right 3 out of 10 times, it's a little bit different. On a good day. Yeah, it's more like 2 out of 10. Yeah. But when that happens, it becomes something you kind of get used to, and you're like, okay, well, at least my horse ran well, and but there's a different perspective, a different way of looking at races than you do as a race caller, for sure.
Let me ask you, before we get your thoughts on the plate, did you get nervous for big days?
Oh my gosh, yes.
Yeah.
Especially the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah.
I mean, it just eats at you. I'm sure you've all heard the Tom Durkin stories before me of how he stepped down because of anxiety, and I get it. It can be a little bit on the rough side, especially when you see the outrider lead the 20 horses to the starting gate, and you know that you're going to be on for 2 minutes by yourself, and you better get it right.
And things have changed now too, right? Everything is like social media. It's YouTube. There's all kinds of things like that.
Oh yeah.
Well, let's talk a little bit about the plates. Cassie obviously finished 1-2 in our most recent race. Are you going towards one of Cassie's horses, or do you like somebody else in the race?
You know what? I'm gonna go a different direction, and I was talking to Robert Geller, and he likes the same horse I do. I don't know if that's good or bad.
Robert, he's pretty good handicapper.
Okay,
Robert, so.
we both pick Raffaru.
Yeah.
And I like the fact that Raffaru improved so much from his first start to his second start, and the fact that he's only had those 2 starts. I think he's going the right way, both his speed figures and what he's been able to achieve. That second to My Boy Prince. And I had read something that Mark Cassie said that My Boy Prince had not changed a lot from 2 to 3. And I think he could take that in a couple of ways. The way I took it is, I think he'd been better off if he really did improve from 2 to 3, because it's given the other guys a chance to catch up. And some of these guys that he's been beating, well, maybe they could turn the tables on him. And to me, the lightly raced Raffaru, despite the fact that he's a maiden, that didn't bother me much.
Me either. That doesn't bother me at all as well. What about your thoughts here on the 5th? Do you have any notes here on the 5th that you want to pass along here as we're about 8 minutes away from post time?
It's funny, the horse we just showed, Talibea, and who's taken some money. I watched his last race, just the replay, and he had a terrible start in that race. And at that point, he just never really got moving, and Patrick Husband sort of just at the top of the stretch said, okay, let's kind of wait another day with this horse, because it just wasn't going to happen. So to me, Talibea can improve off of that race, off of the layoff. I would have liked him better on turf a little bit than I would have liked her on the dirt. So, but we'll see. I think this horse can run on synthetic okay. That race and the race 2 back in the Maple Leaf wasn't a bad effort. If it was on turf, I'd like it better, but there's Talibea. I think that horse has got a chance. I mean, you can't beat the connections, right?
No, that's just it. You know what's so cool about us here, too? And you've had a chance to call these connections. We're starting to see like Rapoli come up here, St. Elias Stable coming up here. Obviously, Gary Barber's been very well represented. Seen Valor's here. Like, it just seems like we're getting more and more of the big names here in Toronto, which is great for us.
It's fantastic. Yeah, I was surprised, and there is expansive Rapoli Stable. To see those silks here at Woodbine is a great thing. Mike Rapoli branching out. Saw some Rapoli horses out in California when I was doing some Del Mar handicapping. So he's really expanded his stable.
Well, I'm very good friends with Dan Loisel. He's one of my best buddies, and
it's hard not to be good friends.
No, I know,
him.
But one thing about him is he's always said great things about you. And,
that's very nice.
And I was very much looking forward to meeting you. So I just want to thank you very much for taking time out of your schedule to join us here today.
My pleasure, Jeff. It's been fun, and turn the rain off. I've had enough.
Yes. Usually we get the bad rap about snow in Canada, but not rain. But it's been rain here today. So that's Larry Colmus as we get close towards post time here for race number 5. And where are you going after this? Just out of curiosity.
My next stop will be Pennsylvania Bread Day at Parks.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to do that for FanDuel TV, and then I'm going to get back in the announcer's booth, so to speak, at Kentucky Downs, because there's no real booth there. It's more of a ledge. But I'll be calling the races there. A very challenging place, as is Woodbine. With the E.P. Taylor here, Kentucky Downs turf course is something that is unlike any other. We'll put it that way.
It's really unique.
We're looking forward to it.
Love watching it. There he is, Larry Colmus from FanDuel TV, and obviously does a great job calling races all around the world, which is terrific. Race number 5 coming up at about 5.
All right, hey guys, so we are trackside outside. The rain has slowed down a little. I am your in-house party host, Sherry, and look who I found.
Hi, IGN Lay from CP24. How are you?
Amazing. It was so exciting. I watched your hat travel around the Paris, Texas clubhouse, and we had to come and see you. How are you enjoying today's races?
Oh, love it. You know, it's my first time actually attending the King's Plate. I'm having such a great time, and I actually came out to support Phil Wizard Kim, who just got back from Paris. I'm a proud Korean Canadian. I'm so proud of him and his family, so I wanted to be here to support him and also experience this for the first time.
Yeah, it's pretty over here. It's quite the party, so I'm
Yes.
glad that you found it over here. But that's amazing that you're here to support and then to come and see the races and
Yes.
to stay sort of dry. But you've got a beautiful hat on, so it's working. But it was absolutely fantastic to be able to come across you. I'm so happy that we got to talk to you.
You're so sweet.
And
Thank
it's so amazing. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
It is the call to post for the upcoming 5th race. We're off the turf, same distance on the main track, and that is 1:16. Do note, number 5, Comanche Country is out, is officially out of this race as a scratch. And the fillies and mares headed to the post parade. 3 and up, an allowance optional claiming race. 4 minutes. In the post parade, one is Blueberry Fields for Brandon Greer, owner-trainer, rider Justin Stein. Number 2 is Marksman Queen for Caden Park stud, Graham Motion and Patrick Husbands. 3, Spansive, Ripoli stable owned, Kevin Attard trainer, jockey Rafael Hernandez. The 4 is Devil's Bit in the barn of Roger Atfield for Dan Gale and Richard Hogan, with the riders Fraser Abley. 5 is out, number 6, Wickenheiser for Gary Barber, Mark Cassie and Kazushi Kimura. 7, Literate, owned by C2 Racing Stable, LLC, trainer Marty Drexler. The jockey is Leo Sales. Number 8, Talbea for Tracy Farmer, Mark Cassie and Sahin Savachi. And number 9, Taquania, trained by Sol McHugh for Robin Broman with Deshaun Gaskin. On the way to the start shortly. Race 5 is on the main track at 1:16. On the way back to the starting gate. This race presented by Stella Artois. They're coming forward for a start. The 5th on King's Plate Day has been switched to the main track. The distance the same. They're coming to the line. And the first along is Blueberry Fields for Justin Stein. Marksman Queen has gate number 2 for the Barn of Graham Motion. Next along is Spansive. Goes to gate 3. Devil's Bit for Fraser Abley. Comes up. As they form a line, Wickenheiser running here for Gary Barber. And Marcassi with Kazushi Kimura. Leo Salas takes his position on Literate. They're just about set. Talbea for Tracy Farmer. The last is Taquania. Fillies and mares about to be sent on their way. Taquania has gone forward. Stand by for a start. And they're off. And one who stood there is Spansive. Did not come out the gate at all. Is still in the gate. And racing in front as they go past the wire is Marksman Queen from Taquania on the outside. And in the center is Literate. And as they settle, skimming the rail, Blueberry Fields is coming up towards the pace. Racing just in behind that main flight is Devil's Bit. Second last is Talbea. And last of all is Wickenheiser. And out the race there is Spansive. So out in front, Marksman Queen shows the way by a length. In second is Taquania. Lying third, Blueberry Field settling nicely. A length behind them is Literate. Over on the inside, Devil's Bit. Second last, Talbea. And last at this point, and about a length and a half away, Wickenheiser spots the leader 7 lengths. Marksman Queen shows the way and hasn't been troubled at all. Marksman Queen and Patrick Husbands controlling the pace of the race as they race along to the half mile. Lying in second placing is Taquania. Blueberry Fields in third. Literate at the center. Starting to edge up now is Talbea as they tighten the screws on this leader. Wickenheiser's coming into it nicely from the back. And as they bunch right up over on the inside is Devil's Bit. They start their runs at this leader on the inside. Marksman Queen asked to quicken. And pushing the pace over near the inside is also Taquania. And racing handy Literate, and on the outside Talbea as they sweep for home. On the rails Blueberry Fields. Wickenheiser starting to finish really well around the outside as they circle from the back. Turning, and on the outside Talbea's run to the front. Wickenheiser right down the outside with a razor sharp finish. Wickenheiser and Kazushi Kimura racing to the front. And from last to first, Wickenheiser's gone to the lead. Marksman Queen in second. Down the outside, closing now. Flying is Literate and Blueberry Fields. They'll pounce. Blueberry Fields forever. Blueberry Fields the winner. Literate second. Wickenheiser third. And Marksman Queen was fourth. 1:45.52. Opening quarter went in 24 and 2, a half 49 and 3, 3/4 1:14 and 3 in the mile, 1:39 and 1. 1:45.52 is the final time. Steward's inquiry into the start of the race involving number 3, Spansive. Please hold all tickets as we await more from the stewards in terms of the start. And the winner, unofficial winner, number 1, Blueberry Fields. And a photo for place 1 and a photo. 7 is second, Literate. Third is 6, Wickenheiser. Fourth was 2, Marksman Queen. Numbers are 1, 7, 6, 2, the unofficial top 4, subject to an inquiry into the start involving number 3, Spansive, who refused to go from the gate. Big thanks to our presenter, Labatt. Sponsors, Stella Artois. And the winner is Blueberry Fields, raced and trained by Brandon Greer. Justin Stein with the win on Blueberry Fields. That is now win number 5 from just 12 starts. A Grey Roan 6-year-old mare. She is really lightly raced and a great performer. She's by Frack Daddy from Candy Cruise, a Candy Ride bloodline. It is Terry Greer and Brandon Greer who bred the winner. Again, Justin Stein, winning rider, unofficial, subject to the inquiry into the start involving number 3, Spansive. The steward's inquiry concludes, and number 3, Spansive, was given a fair start, so was an official starter in the field, and no change. 1762 will become official. Official, here are the prices. $11.70 for number 1, Blueberry Fields, $5.10 to place. And that exacta, $38.80. The trifecta's paid $63.95. 1762 Super, $301.30. 91 double, $170.50 of the pick 3. 891, $378.80. The swinger, 17 475, 16520, and 67 410. There is the place photo. For a start. And they're off. And one who stood there is Spansive. Did not come out the gate at all, is still in the gate. And racing in front as they go past the wire is Marksman Queen from Taquania on the outside, and in the center is Literate. And as they settle, skimming the rail, Blueberry Fields is coming up towards the pace. Racing just in behind that main flight is Devil's Bid. Second last is Talbea. And last of all is Wickenheiser. And out the race there is Spansive. So out in front, Marksman Queen shows the way by a length. In second is Taquania. Lying third, Blueberry Field settling nicely. A length behind them is Literate. Over on the inside, Devil's Bid. Second last, Talbea. And last at this point, and about a length and a half away, Wickenheiser spots the leader 7 lengths. Marksman Queen shows the way and hasn't been troubled at all. Marksman Queen and Patrick Husbands controlling the pace of the race as they race along to the half mile. Lying in second placing is Taquania. Blueberry Fields in third. Literate at the center. Starting to edge up now is Talbea as they tighten the screws on this leader. Wickenheiser's coming into it nicely from the back. And as they bunch right up over on the inside is Devil's Bid. They start their runs at this leader on the inside. Marksman Queen asked to quicken. And pushing the pace over near the inside is also Taquania. And racing handy Literate, and on the outside Talbea as they sweep for home. On the rails, Blueberry Fields. Wickenheiser starting to finish really well around the outside as they circle from the back. Turning, and on the outside, Talbea's run to the front. Wickenheiser right down the outside with a razor-sharp finish. Wickenheiser and Kazushi Kimura racing to the front. And from last to first, Wickenheiser's gone to the lead. Marksman Queen in second, down the outside, closing now. Flying is Literate and Blueberry Fields. They'll pounce. Blueberry Fields forever. Blueberry Fields the winner. Literate second. Wickenheiser third. And Marksman Queen was fourth. 1:45.52. Bye for a start. A look at the finish order. We're coming up to our stakes, and the first of those stakes races is next, and that'll be the bet 365 Soaring Free Stakes and Scratch. Number 8 Shadow Factor is a steward scratch, the first leg, and a guaranteed $250,000 pick 5. But this race is now on the main track. Off the turf, same distance on the main track, and 16 minutes away.
In my hand is everything I will ever need to bet in play. I can bet on over 780,000 different games every year. Just like that. Want to make a bet while the game's still being played? Download the app and see for yourself why Bet365 is the world's favorite sportsbook.
Fifteen minutes to go before race number 6 on the program, and here is where we kick off the stakes action for the day today. The 6th race on the card is the Soaring Free. This race was originally scheduled to go 6.5 furlongs on the EP Taylor turf course, but now as a result of the races coming off of the lawn, it will now go 6.5 furlongs on the all-weather surface. There is just the one scratch from this race. That's one we had earlier on, which is Shadow Factor. That horse is steward scratch. But lots to take a look at here, Jeff, starting with this one horse. Now, this is an interesting one. Made the Clocker report for that very first lifetime start on August the 4th and really didn't show up at all.
Right, and what happens today? He gets stuck with the rail again, a second consecutive time. But, you know, for Ted Holder to have the confidence to put this horse in the stake race second time out, obviously he was disappointed. And thought the horse would run better. They found something. There was legit excuse. Who knows? But I definitely think down the line turf for this horse, because this one's from the same family as Inflexibility. More Than Ready's a nice turf stallion as well. We saw nothing really first time out, and you know the horse took a little action on the board. Now the blinkers go on. The thing that I don't like, and this is just my own personal preference, I don't like 2-year-olds and quick comebacks. And this horse ran just 13 days ago.
Test score ships up from the United States, was seen in the debut down at Saratoga, going 5.5 furlongs on their turf course, and finished second to a very significant winner.
I have so much respect for Graham Motion. I love playing his horses for a variety of different reasons, but one of them is the fact he trains down at Fairhill. And there at Fairhill, they have dirt, they have synthetic, so they can really get a gauge as to what the horse are going to be able to handle. Now, he ran on turf first time out, and he ran a terrific race, went second against Governor Sam, who came back to win his stake as the 3 to 5 favorites. The only thing that kind of throws me for a bit of a loop, and I might be reading too much into this, there was really no expectations on this horse running that well first time out, going off at odds of 16 to 1. But maybe the barn had confidence, because that was a nice effort, a homebred, beautiful looking horse, as you can see right there. And I think the extra distance will be beneficial. And the horse has worked on the synthetic down at Fairhill, which I think is a big time plus.
Your Valentino goes out from the Sandy McPherson barn. Now, there's a lot of changes with this horse here today, Jeff. They add Lasix and they take the blinkers off.
Was disappointing last time, but had an excuse, I thought. Was never going to beat Menza on that day anyways, but did definitely get into some trouble in that last race. But you're right, they do make some changes here. Blinkers come off, you add Lasix, you get more ground, which I think should be beneficial too. Personally, this is my own opinion, I kind of like the move back to the synthetic with this horse. That's just my own 2 cents worth, for what it's worth. With the Canadian conversion, not much. Yeah, I think the surface change will help out this one here today, and I'd love to see Sandy McPherson pick up the stakes win.
You know what I've noticed? It's very quiet in the paddock. The 4-horse Cool Collected. He had a lot to say in his first lifetime start. You could hear him from here to downtown Mississauga. He came back next start out. He was a much, much better boy.
Now, was he outside last time? I can't remember.
He is outside today. I think he might have been outside last start too. Maybe that's why it's quiet.
So he was
here.
very studdish the first time he came over. There he is. Poor Cool Collected. this groom better get an extra 100 for today because man, oh man, it's tough circumstance. But they're staying under the weeping willows, so that's a good move in here. But he ran terrific last time out. Now, did he move up on turf? Was that what led him to run that much better? I just think he had his mind finally on racing for the first time. So I don't mind this horse at all. That was a powerful, powerful win this horse had in that most recent race.
The 5's the favorite, 9-5 the price on Mensa. A nice winner of the Victoria here at Woodbine back on July the 19th. Won it by an easy 7+ lengths.
I really wish I had this horse on top now.
Yeah.
Just because of, we made selections for turf, as many people did, and I just kind of wish I had this horse on top now. That was a very comfortable win last time out. I think this field's obviously tougher than what he ran against last time. The one thing I noticed about him too, Elise, when he came back to the winner's circle, and we've touched on this a lot, he's not a physically imposing horse. He's not one that you look at and say, man, like that's a beautiful animal. But he runs, and he runs very, very well. And he went through a digital sale, and he crushed last time out. And John Stewart from Resolute Racing is here in attendance at Woodbine, which is great to see.
Cairo Caper goes out for Nathan Squires, a winner last start. Note that the second place finisher, Kokomo, has since come back to win as well.
Right, game effort on that one's part. I really like this horse on turf. Listen, I'm not going to change my pick because we can't. But also, I just, sometimes when you change picks, it comes back to haunt you. So maybe, just maybe, he can surprise me in here. He got a great ride last time out. He had a perfect trip, inside journey, and Tipton was able to win. I definitely think this horse is going to be a turf runner for the majority of his career. But I think if he runs well here today, he might go in a race like the Summer Stakes.
The 7 is Dream On for Mark Cassidy. Now, there's some good references with this horse. First lifetime start at Churchill, the winner, Owen Almighty. That's a Brian Lynch horse. Came back to win a little stake race at Ellis Park with an 83 Beyer speed figure. And then the next start out, the horse wins at Ellis. The second place finisher came back to win a maiden special.
So I was reading Ron Gierking's handicapping column, I think, his analysis of the races, and he was mentioning that Mark's pretty high on this horse. So that obviously goes a long, long way. DJ Stables are with us in attendance here today, so that's great to see too. Speed figure wise, he's got to improve. But what is so cool about this horse is third start, third different surface.
True.
So we'll know exactly what this horse is like in 3 races when it comes to surfaces. Personally, I think he's got to step up his game, but he might be able to do that.
Well, I think a lot of people here today are celebrating this big day with some of their best friends. They're homies, maybe.
Yep.
So maybe the hunch play is the 9 homie for Larry Ravelli.
Year in, year out, Larry Ravelli is one of the highest winning percentage trainers anywhere in North America. Look at his stats so far this year. He's 30%.
Unbelievable.
Now, a lot of those wins come at Hawthorne, where obviously he's facing easier competition than he's going to face here today. But I would love to know what they saw that led them to make an offer and how big an offer it was to Wesley Ward to get this horse. We'll never know the answer to that question, but just very, very curious because this horse crushed first time out, very professional race, and now has, what I like too is they've changed trainers and they've kind of had about 2 or 3 months to have them on their own program now with this horse here today, which I do like.
All right, our friend Peter, he's standing by with a very big celebrity here around these parts. That's conditioner Mark Cassidy. He's already had a winner on the program with Ready to Battle back in race number 4. He sends a couple of horses out here in the Soaring Free. What's the star of the show got to say, Peter?
Well, I got to tell you, Elise, this man is cool as a cucumber. He knows it is what it is. Rain or shine, we're going. Mark, you got 2 here in the Bet365 Soaring Free. Mensa, obviously a lot of people, based on what we saw in that synthetic race, coming back to the synthetic, helps, hurts, doesn't matter?
I don't think it matters. I was really wanting to run him on the grass, though. You know, this is a prep for later down the road for the summer, and so I was wanting to run him, but we're going to run. Dream On doesn't have the experience over the synthetic, but we bought him at OBS. He worked tremendous on the synthetic there, so good horses can run on anything.
Again, it's rain or shine. Thank you, sir. Rain or shine. Live television, folks. The plate. Everybody wants to win the plate. You obviously have been here for a while on these. You've got 3 in that race. You got to tell me what's going through your head, because my opinion, at least, all 3 of them look like they're live.
Nothing's really going through my head. The only thing going through my head is I'm glad we're running on Tapeta, because these horses are 3-year-olds. You've been going and going. Had we not been on Tapeta, we've been running in a sea of mud, and anything could happen. So I feel good.
My boy Prince, one of those type of horses, so impressive on 3-race win streak, but just like everybody in the field, trying something they've never done before at a mile and a quarter.
My thought is if you can go a mile and an eighth, you can go a mile and a quarter. It's all about shutting off early. Oh boy, we're back here.
I got to let you go. You got a horse to talk to?
I don't know what's going. Yeah, we're back in.
We got everybody coming back in. We are waiting. It sounds, Daisuke Fukumoto just came by and said, it looks like no problem. Daisuke Fukumoto just came back and said they're expecting to wait inside for about another 5 to 10 minutes.
In my hand is everything I will ever need to bet in play. I can bet on over 780,000 different games every year. Just like that. Want to make a bet while the game's still being played? Download the app and see for yourself why Bet365 is the world's favorite sportsbook.
Please note we are on another weather delay due to that storm that continues to resurface, but number 2 test score will be out as a scratch. Please note a steward scratch from the Soaring Free Stakes is number 2 test score officially out as a steward scratch.
Hey guys, checking in with you again. We're still here in the Hats and Horseshoes building. I came across a wonderful new friend named Loida.
Hi, I'm good, thanks, Sherry.
This is Loida's first time here at the King's Plate. I know the weather has been a little bit up and down, but how's it been?
Okay, it's enjoyable. Yeah, even though indoors, it's just beautiful.
There's so many people in here, but I did actually notice something that I didn't notice before. Loida has a wicked bag. We have them here in the Hats and Horseshoes building. You can actually get one custom done for $15. So I spotted that, and I spotted your wonderful hat, your beautiful face. So I was excited to just stop by and ask you a couple of questions. Are you betting on any horses today?
I did. Number 7. Yes, my prince.
There you go. Well, she's betting, she's having fun, she's buying bags. It's still a good day. So don't let the rain fool you. We're having fun. Everybody stop what you're doing. Look at who I found. Fresh gold medalist from Paris. None other than the officially super talented and famous Phil Wizard. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. Thank you. It's actually amazing to have you here. And I know everybody is starting to crowd around and they're so excited to see you perform here in the Hats and Horse Stadium area. So tell us a little bit about it. How does it feel to be a gold medalist?
It's pretty cool. I mean, I feel like I'm still processing. Haven't really been home yet. I was home for one day. I feel like I need like a week for it to like all settle in. So I've just been kind of hopping around, and so I'm still processing everything.
Okay, well, hopping around is definitely what you do right
Yes.
now. You based in Toronto or you're based in Vancouver?
No, I'm based in Vancouver.
In Vancouver.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're still a ways.
Yeah.
Toronto's good. I mean,
I was born here, and I come here a lot, so this is like a second home.
okay, because I was going to tell you, I promise it doesn't rain this much on a regular
Yeah,
basis.
it's-
But
it's a lot today.
That's amazing. I'm so honored. Congratulations. I'm
thank you very
so proud to have you here, and I'm so proud to interview you, and I can't wait to see you perform.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so
Nice to
much.
be here.
Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very important announcement regarding today's King's Plate program, because as you know, the weather conditions have deteriorated. We are, in the safety of the horses and riders, unable to continue to race today. Unfortunately, the King's Plate program has come to a halt as the weather conditions have deteriorated, and in the safety of horses and riders, we will reschedule the King's Plate program at a later date. Everyone on track, we apologize for this inconvenience, for the situation that Mother Nature has brought to us, but at the same time, feel free to stay on at your leisure and enjoy the Woodbine racetrack. But today, the King's Plate, from this point on, the day will be put to another day, and we will bring up that information for you as soon as that comes to hand. But right now, I have to regrettably say that the conditions for the horses and riders, safety is our ultimate and most important goal, and the races from here on in today have been cancelled.